Marvelous. You didn't I didn't even read your blogs and posts. Anyways, we'll go talk afterwards. Tease me enough and nothing. So there's Macy's. Oh yeah. I don't know. I thought Jeff.
Just today.
I'm gonna need to know. You ready? Good afternoon. Senate Judiciary is now in session. The first bill, unless Rep. Abramson is here, and I haven't seen him. Okay, Senator French will introduce our first bill. Go ahead, Senator French. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Harold French, Senator District 7. I'd like to introduce House Bill 1067FN relative to limitations on prosecution for first-degree and second-degree assault. This bill makes substantial changes to RSA 625:8(3) by inserting after that subparagraph the following, where the victim was under 18 years of age when the alleged offense occurred, within 6 years of the victim's birthday, and within 6 years of the date of the offense was committed, or within 3 years of the victim's 18th birthday, whichever is graded. Sounds like an algebraic problem to me.
Thank you, Senator French. Joe Ebert is opposed to the bill. He's a New Hampshire State Police representative, a major, and he will not be speaking. Would anyone like to speak on the legislation? Seeing no one, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Senator. Press your mic.
I wanted some clarification that this is strictly for 631-2 and not for 2A and 2B. I assume that that is the case.
I don't assume anything, but no one's here to testify at the
know.
moment, so I can look into it more, but
I guess I wanted to just get that on the record so that maybe.
We can certainly reach out to Representative Abramson.
yeah, I'm not going to make a comment on it. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll restart at 1:15. Thank you.
All right, I want some toast.
Yeah.
Senate Judiciary is back in session. The Honorable Rep. Murphy is going to introduce our next bill. Go ahead, Representative Murphy.
Great. Good afternoon, all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and honorable members of the Senate Judiciary Committee for allowing me the opportunity to present House Bill 1335 relative to the Parole Board. For the record, my name is Jim Murphy. I represent Grafton 12, which is Lyme and Hanover, where I've lived for over the past 40 years. House Bill 1335 is a bipartisan bill that revises portions of Section 651-A:10-a of Title 62 Criminal Justice Code, Chapter 651A, dealing with the parole of prisoners. This bill came about in response to a review and audit of the medical parole process in the 2019 performance audit of the New Hampshire Adult Parole Board. These revisions promulgate rules for medical parole and codes that medical parolees have equivalent levels of scrutiny for parole, tracks and reviews medical parolees and medical parole conditions. There are basically three changes to the current medical parole statute. First, it revises the membership of the Adult Parole Board and makes terms gender neutral. Second, it renames the position of Executive Assistant to the Parole Board to Adult Parole Board Director of Operations. Lastly, it revises processes and criteria necessary for determining if an inmate qualifies for medical parole. Section 3 of this bill was created to clearly and unambiguously determine eligibility and process criteria for medical parole. If one were to look at the original bill, the language as written is very broad without essential details and is extremely brief. It states as criteria for medical parole, and I quote, terminal, debilitating, or incurable medical condition or syndrome. That's fairly vague and quite broad. The proposed revision is significantly more detailed, clearly stated, and consistent with current medical practice and issues, and is clear about the process. House Bill 1335 now specifies 3 categories for medical parole, within which all the criteria for medical parole must be met in order to qualify for for parole within each of these 3 separate categories. This bill outlines specific criteria for each category, and as such is more consistent and aligned with the many potential and qualifying categories which may exist. It is no longer one size fits all. From a clinical perspective, clear rules and criteria are critical and welcomed in the care of patients. These specific qualifying categories recognize that medicine and the complex care of patients change over time and has evolved regardless of one's status as inmate or not. Oftentimes, the treatment of many complex medical conditions cannot be managed in a correctional facility beyond simply the consideration of cost. For example, hospice and palliative care are now recognized subspecialties with many up-to-date treatment options available for the terminally ill and for whom specialized settings for their care are needed. The scope of medicine has expanded and times have changed, and these statute changes are better aligned with these changes. Mr. Chair and committee members, we believe that House Bill 1335 clearly updates and specifies the processes of medical parole with more specific criteria for consideration of medical parole. It clarifies rules of medical parole. It details a process to track and review medical parolees. It establishes up-to-date parole conditions consistent with and recognizing changes in medical practice. And it makes clear parole board responsibilities for medical parolees, risk assessment, and monitoring while on parole. We therefore encourage you to vote in support of these important revisions to medical parole. We have also available here today members of the New Hampshire Adult Parole Board prepared to present their own detailed testimonies regarding parole criteria and processes. And I'm happy to take any questions now if the committee wishes. Thank you.
Thank you. Just off the top of my head, just make it a little more clear to me. Currently, you're not really changing, you're just specifying details. So you're not really changing the law. could
No.
already get out now if they were going to die and needed hospice care and they weren't a threat. All these factors, but you're just spelling it out.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's also not only the criteria, but it expands the processes by which they are evaluated before and after their. So, for instance, if they're out on parole, medical parole, and they've gotten better, it specifies a reentry or reassessment program. If they are breaking parole rules, again, there's a reassessment. So I think it basically brings us up to date with criteria and for processes involving the pre and the post parole hearings and decisions.
I'm just going to follow my own thing. And it's just a real quick observation. So right now, if it was, we'll say a cop killer, he can get out if he meets these criteria, if he had cancer and was going to die. And so you're not doing any changes. You're not going to let a different group of criminals out. It's just specifying.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And in fact, it is basically based on their medical condition. And they cannot be released if they are still within their minimal sentencing. So it applies to all, again, regardless of their status as inmate, the crime they committed, it really is it is, in my mind, looking at their medical condition and placing them from a physician's perspective in the right place for the care that they need. And if they improve or they recover, then they then go back and serve the balance of their sentence.
And lastly, so under our conditions at a hospital and a prison right now, they would not have inadequate care. I just have a hard time letting a real horrendous offender out, and I know I should be more compassionate. If they've done a horrible crime, I'm not really looking for them to have an easier life.
Nor am I. On the other hand, I think the majority of the people that qualify for medical parole, and there are only a few that I'm aware of, they actually are in usually a position where they are of very little, and I think it also specifies in the bill,
It does.
they are of very little harm potential to anybody on the outside. For instance, somebody's had a massive stroke. They have little chance of harming somebody on the outside, but they may benefit from a different care setting, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? Go ahead, Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Murphy, for bringing this forward. I noticed that this has been amended in the House. I was wondering, what was the amendment? What's the difference in the amendment that is here today?
I think what is here today is basically a reconciliation between the Medical Parole Board and the Department of Corrections.
My only other question, you said this only applies to like a few people a year.
That's my understanding. I
I'd be
think
kind
that
of curious, somebody behind you might be able to tell us.
I think they may be, and I think they will have the numbers. I know that Dr. Enriquez will be speaking as well, but from my conversations with him, there's only been a few of these medical parolees that they've considered.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair calls Horace Henrique. Welcome, Horace.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for hearing and considering my testimony as to the medical parole portion of HB 1335 FN, specifically Section 3. And Senator Gannon, I think I'll be able to answer more specifically many of your questions you asked, Representative Murphy. For the record, my name is Horace Enriquez. I'm a member of the New Hampshire Adult Parole Board, starting my third year of service. I'm a retired transplant and trauma surgeon, having practiced in New Hampshire for the last 25 years. As Dr. Murphy mentioned, this legislative effort is in response to the performance audit of 2019 and of the New Hampshire Parole Board. The overarching criticisms of the Parole Board were lack of definitions or criteria, inconsistent application, and definable supervision. The concept of cost as applies to the Parole Board was unfavorably viewed. The Department of Corrections and the Adult Parole Board have worked together to create a harmonious bill with clarity in language and with clarity in the language used. The realities of the prison process are not readily mirrored in the public arena, especially in the use of language. An example is the word used throughout the 651 legislative chapter. The word prisoner is not used within the prison system. The substitute Department of Corrections reference is resident. We have attempted to clarify this potential confusion in the first paragraph of our legislation. But I'm actually quite pleased that I have two of my colleagues who I worked with the Department of Corrections here, Director Landry and Director Campbell, who were integral parts of putting together this package. So what you have before you are the Department of Corrections and the Parole Board's consensus bill with specific responses to the audit's 16 specific points of concern. I would like to emphasize that the New Hampshire Parole Board is an independent and separate entity from the DOC. We act as a final step from the courts through the Department of Corrections to transition inmates to society. We are functionally separate from the Department of Corrections, but bound by court rulings and legislative statutes. The changes are defining more precise conditions for the medical parole, but we are not changing this ability to parole. We're just defining the words used. We're stepping away from making the decision who is medically eligible as a parole board and establishing a framework to create evidence-based consistency for release and monitoring. I'd like to point you to the introduction of paragraph 1, where it clearly establishes that the petition for medical parole for the parole board to consider is a Department of Corrections decision. In the petition, Department of Corrections takes into consideration any number of parameters within the Department of Corrections medical structure. The petition for medical parole is only considered by the Department of Corrections for those who have not achieved their minimum sentencing date, an important concept. Medical parole is not offered to those with life sentences. The definition in paragraph 1A, B, and C, the permanently incapacitated, debilitated, the terminally ill, or the serious and complex medical conditions impede expansion of the medical parole, but allow the DOC to consider medical conditions which preclude that the DOC's rehabilitative mission, and importantly, and allow medical care to be delivered which may likely avoid death, thus honoring the court sentencing process. Examples would be an Alzheimer patient who can no longer comprehend. That would fit into the permanently incapacitated, or as Representative Murphy suggested, a severe stroke. Or a case that we have heard in the last year, a paraplegic with severe bed sores that required surgery, rehab, skin grafting, reassessment, and acute care and rehabilitative services. That would fit into 1C. Paragraph 2A and B define parameters of release and the consequences if the privilege is abused. We see this as an at-home confinement process at the very most liberal part of it. Paragraph 3 sets as a criterion public safety. Paragraph 4 defines and demands follow-up and reporting so that reassessment becomes part of medical parole. It recognizes the necessary supervision by field services and the criteria needed for the privilege of New Hampshire parole. As a perspective, we have heard 3 cases during my service time and have 2 active medical parolees. Yet we have an aging prison population with medical issues. So the 2019 audit highlighted a small issue that I believe will be growing. Mr. Chairman and committee members, we believe that HB 1335 clearly updates and specifies the process of medical parole with more specific criteria for consideration of medical parole. It clarifies rules of medical parole. It tracks and reviews medical parolees. It establishes up-to-date parole conditions consistent with and recognizing changes in the medical practice. And it makes clear parole board responsibilities for medical parolees' risk assessment and monitoring while on parole. I do thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
I'm going to ask you just one quick question. Towards the end there, section 1, I think you're on into part C, and you mentioned some cases where you said at-home confinement at the least might be appropriate. That would be something I'd be concerned with, that someone, if their care is so minimal that they can be at home, I'd see them still at the prison.
The situation there would be if they were having to go to multiple medical appointments, for example, and rather than bringing them back to prison for a half day to go to another medical appointment, for coordinating the situation where this came up would have been a person who did skin grafts, so we needed to see the plastic surgeons, who had hip involvement, so the orthopedic surgeons were involved, and the ability to coordinate all those appointments in one day is not
Okay, thank you.
usually doable.
Does anyone else? Senator Khan, your light's on. Do you have a question?
I don't. If I did, it would be, and I'll ask it. Isn't it likely or possible that a parole would be granted to somebody who needed hospice care? That hospice care could be in their home by a in-home care nurse, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
that's the kind of situation I envisioned when is that consistent with yours?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony today. So I just want to get this straight. If someone is granted medical parole and then they become well enough to go back to prison, the parole is gone and it's not a full parole, and they go back and serve out the rest of their time?
Yes, they would, as you're aware, the New Hampshire sentencing has a minimal parole date and a maximum. And this medical parole only aims at that, anybody who's not yet achieved their minimal parole date. If their therapy resolves before their medical parole date, they would come back into the prison, yes. If their medical care is ongoing and they achieve their minimal parole date, they then could petition us for regular parole, if you will.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm just going to push it a little harder.
Okay.
So I have someone who's a multiple child offender. I have a hard time sending them under any conditions going home. You were talking about convenience of going to doctor. And so there's certain, that home part, the possibility of someone going home for convenience, I want them only to be home if they've done a horrendous thing. Not because it's convenient. I have a problem with that.
And I don't, and to that, we would not, I don't think we would parole to home. It would be, we'd be paroling in a situation, either to a hospice environment, or would be paroling them to an acute care facility. And then they were sent home after that care for a week to then come back into a rehab for further surgery. It's not, it's within the parameters of the medical care they're receiving. It's not that we would parole them to home.
Sure. Okay, thank you for your testimony. Anyone else? You were good to go. Thank you very much. Donna Sitek, where are you, Donna? Come on down. Good to see you again, Ms. Sitek.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Donna Sitek. I just completed 10 years on the parole board in January. I was there when the audit was performed and made recommendations for changes. This bill is a result of one of those changes, especially with regard to the medical parole. I'd like to just give you a 30,000-foot view of what's in this bill. You've heard the details of it from the two doctors who worked with the Department of Corrections on some compromise language that would recognize the difference in the situation in a prison than it would be in a hospital, but also recognizes the concerns of the parole board. The bill doesn't change any eligibility for parole. Medical parole doesn't depend on the crime you committed. It depends on the seriousness of your medical condition. So it doesn't change anything. It just spells it out in more detail, which is what the audit had recommended. The bill also makes a couple of changes just to the structure of the parole board. Right now, there are 5 members. It says a chairman, and then there are some others, only one of whom is required to be an attorney. We're changing it. We're asking you to change it so that there would be 2 attorneys. The statute requires that at revocation hearings, somebody's paroled, they violate their parole, they have to come back for a revocation hearing. It's like a mini trial. So the statute requires that a attorney of the board be present at that. So we would like to have more than one person to choose from so that the same person doesn't have to be there every Tuesday for revocations. It also just changes the title of the person who used to be whose title is currently executive assistant. When the parole board was reorganized with a full-time paid chair, the position of the executive assistant changed. It's more a director of operations. So this just reflects the change in responsibility. It doesn't make any change in their pay. It just changes the title. I would also point out that the fiscal note that's on this bill is with regard to the original version of the bill, which had references to mental health, and that was very troubling to the department, and certainly wasn't the intent of the board. So the revised version of the bill that you're seeing doesn't align with the fiscal note. You can ignore that fiscal note. So if you looked at it and were worried, don't worry about it anymore. So the other thing, I want to get down really, really in the weeds. On page 3 of the bill, on line 24, there is a typo. His or her representative submit to the Director of Medical and Forensic Services the result of, you should strike out 2. Ordinarily, that would be picked up in the enrolled bills process, but we don't want to hold up this bill for correcting a preposition. So if you could correct it here, that'd be great. And if you're going to correct it at all, I would encourage you to consider changing all the places where it refers to a resident, which is what the prison calls the inmates. Change it to prisoner. The rest of the chapter, 651A, which deals with the parole board, calls them prisoners, and prisoner is defined. So it would make sense in the medical parole, which is only one part of the whole parole chapter, to call them prisoners as they are in the rest of the chapter, just to be consistent. But that's not a deal breaker, but certainly something that we think would be desirable just for those of us who like to have things just right. I would urge you to pass the bill, and I will answer any questions you have.
Thanks. On page 2, line 16, healthcare condition. Sort of loose term. Should we be more specific, or do you want to keep it loose so you can cover different situations that we haven't thought of?
I would defer to the doctors and the forensic and medical staff. They work this out.
Okay.
They know what it means.
Okay.
And it's the Department of Corrections that initiates these medical paroles.
Yep.
So,
Okay. Thank you. Does anyone have any further questions? No? Seeing none?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I don't know if you'll know the answer to this, but how are these inmates covered for insurance and medical payments while they're incarcerated?
while they're incarcerated, the state has to pay for their care. In fact, the previous law said among the criteria, they had to be incapacitated, debilitated, another adjective, and the department had to demonstrate that they had excessive cost. And the audit said, well, you've got to define excessive costs. Well, what is that? How do they determine it? If somebody is on, for example, dialysis and need to be taken out twice a week, there's the cost for the dialysis, but there's also the cost of the corrections officer who has to accompany them. So this just takes away the requirement for defining excessive costs and says that if it's beyond the capacity of the department to provide the services, there's a lot of in-house services. I mean, they've got an infirmary, they've got professional staff, they can take care of a lot of
So who
the
covers,
medical conditions.
so once they're paroled, those benefits go away from the inmate?
Right, the state doesn't have to pick it up. They'd probably be eligible for Medicaid. I can remember we had a prisoner who was released on medical parole who had private insurance.
One last question, would the facility, would the prison set them up with insurance prior to sending them off? Do you know?
I know they do that for other parolees,
They do?
so I would
Okay.
expect they would.
Okay,
Because if they're paroling to a facility, the facility isn't going to take them unless
Right.
they have demonstrate that they have the capacity to do it. But a lot of people just go home to die. I mean, I can remember somebody we paroled, he died within 2 weeks.
yeah. Great, thank you.
Thank you,
And
Ms.
this
Satek.
applies to very few people. I think there's only 2 people currently on medical parole in my 10 years. I don't think I saw more than 10 medical paroles.
Thank you, Ms. Satek. We're all set. Thanks for your testimony. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none? Oh, go ahead. Come on down.
Yes, you.
Come on down. Thank you. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Ryan Lander. I'm the Director of Nursing for the New Hampshire Department of Corrections.
Bernadette Campbell, Deputy Director of Medical, the Department of Corrections.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for coming up. I appreciate the opportunity to get some questions answered. I also wanted to say thank you to the department. I was able to tour the men's prison today, and it was really informative. I think that everyone should take the opportunity on this committee and otherwise to go up to the prison to see the commitment of all the staff there, of all the medical staff there. It's just, I just wanted to commend you for the incredible work you do under really difficult circumstances. I will say that the infirmary, a lot of that, the part of the prison where these residents are going are the oldest parts of the prison, so it's not the nicest parts. And so I know that you do really high pressure work in not the best of physical circumstances. So I want to thank you for that. So I just wanted to ask you about this issue. Ms. Sitek mentioned it, and I know a prior person mentioned this notion of shifting our language from prisoner to resident. And I just was wondering from the DOC's perspective, why is it important for us to be referring to these folks as residents?
Sure, I can answer that question. Thank you. The department changed the term in which we refer to the inmates, if you will. Several years back, we preferred the term resident, and we wanted that language reflected in the bill, so we made that actual request. I think as far as, we understand that the law speaks to them in terms of prisoners. We don't object to that piece of it. We understand that you talk about them that way. I think as long as it was made known that we refer to them as residents in the bill, we may support that. I can understand that, but we do refer to them as residents as practice. All staff refers to them as residents as of about 2 years ago.
And follow up? And my question really is, why did the DOC make that change, and why, what does it bring to their treatment, or why was it an important policy decision of the DOC?
I can't speak to the treatment piece. We also refer to them as patients from time to time in our medical care. It's an accepted term as well. But the department made the change to get away from the term inmate, which some people found to be derogatory or disrespectful. And respect goes a long way in prison. That's one of the terms that we say all the time. If the residents respect us and we respect the residents, it makes for a very peaceful and productive relationship, and professional relationship, mind you.
Mm-hmm. Follow up? So would you agree that, in terms of language in a correction setting, that language, providing humanity for these individuals is important to safety overall?
I believe it is, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
So, good. Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
didn't know if you wanted to provide any input about the question about insurance. My understanding is that there are case managers. Yeah. So if you wanted to address that.
We have case managers that work with our residents before they are released. And what would happen is, in most cases, case managers set them up with Medicare. And depending on their ages, it could be Medicaid as well. But we ensure that they have that in place and they're ready to go. We also ensure that they have their appointments in place that are on the outside. If they're going to a facility, all that insurance information is revealed to the facility that they're going to. So arrangements are made well in advance to make sure that the transition is smooth.
Good, thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to testify in this bill? Seeing none?
New on the job.
I'm here. Well, here's a start. I'm hoping you're doing better than here. Good to see you today. Senate Judiciary is back in session. Representative Russ Berry will be introducing HB 1476. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I got to be in this room yesterday for municipal and election law, so double duty. My name is Representative Ross Berry. I am the state representative, one of the state representatives for the south side of Manchester, wards 8 and 9 in the town of Litchfield, Hillsborough 44. I'm here today to introduce 1476, which is relative to bail reform, people's out on bail. I'll go through what the bill does initially, then if the committee will indulge me, a little bit of the politics behind it and how it ended up the way it was. So the bill addresses people that are already out on bail. So it makes no changes to the existing bail statute for people who are arrested while not out on bail. So if they're not out on bail, this doesn't affect them. Everything stays exactly the same the way it is now. But when we look at people who are already out on bail and arrested again, then the new law kicks in. For most people, we'll get to the one exception at the end. So people who are already out on bail, they may not go in front of a bail commissioner. They must go in front of a judge. In my fact finding on the issues of PR bail and some of the less good features of it, one of the issues I discovered was there's a small subset of people who are arrested again and again and again and again and again. This is not the majority of people. I've heard numbers as low as 3 and as high as 6%. Whatever the number is, it is a small subset. But if you are in a city like I represent, especially one that has one of the county jails in it, those people are being released out back into your community. They're going back out. They're committing a crime again, and they're being arrested again. And oftentimes the bail commissioner is letting them out before the police have even finished their paperwork. So that's a problem for our community. So they may not go in front of a bail commissioner. That's been an identified problem, and it's one of the classic political finger pointings where the judges blame the bail commissioners say they're following the judge's instructions, and everyone's frustrated. So by putting them in front of a judge, we kind of take that out of the equation. Judges have some slightly more latitude in things that they can do in issuing bail before they release someone out. But the rationale behind that was if you're being arrested multiple times in a short period of time, something is going on in your life, and it's not good, right? So either maybe they are mentally ill, maybe they are experiencing homelessness, maybe they are just a criminal. Something's going on. We need to get them in front of a judge. So that is what it does at its core. A person who is arrested again while already out on bail may not receive PR bail again. The judge has discretion as to what they want to set the bail at. It just may not be free. If they want to put it in as a penny, that's their business. That will go back on the judge. We have a system to hold judges accountable. It's an internal system. But the judge may not issue PR bail again. And the idea there is to make the judge look at the person because, once again, something is going on in their life. We compromised on Class B misdemeanors because Class B misdemeanors do not hold the penalty of jail time. There are some serious Class B misdemeanors in there. DWI is a Class B misdemeanor. But generally speaking, we found it prudent to compromise because the Class B misdemeanors because they do not hold jail time. We didn't want to be holding people for a crime that doesn't hold the potential of jail time. So what we did was we said, if it's a Class B misdemeanor, this law will not kick in until the third arrest. So you have to be arrested 3 times for a Class B misdemeanor, and then you have to go in front of a judge, and then you can't get PR bail. So that's what the law does at its core. It did not start like this. It's already been amended once. One of the things that we did as a compromise again was the existing allowed hold time for someone who is arrested is 72 hours. That is as the law exists today. So to address the concerns of are we going to be holding people who haven't had their trial, we cut that time down to 36 hours for everything. So we are trying to expedite getting them in front of a judge, and we're trying to limit the amount of time they can be held because the argument that I'm sure someone who come up behind me will say is, well, if they're arrested on a Friday afternoon and Monday's a holiday, then they can be held till Tuesday at noon. Somebody's going to say that behind me, but we tried to address that because under 72 hours, that would have been a Thursday, and that would have been almost a week. So we cut that time down, and no one from the court system said that that was going to be a problem. In the House testimony, someone actually said that this law might actually expedite the speed in which they're able to get through the system because there will be a discouragement factor for the just criminal part of the people, not the people experiencing homelessness, not the people experiencing mental illness, but the ones who are actually repeat criminals may actually look at this and say, hey, maybe I shouldn't go commit that third offense. So this legislation started as it's a bipartisan piece of legislation. I went out of my way to work with as many parties as possible, including some that told me off the bat that they would never support it. That's why you see the compromises that were built into it. If the committee will indulge me for a minute, I'd like to discuss kind of the politics of bail reform in general in the House. And I know it's not specific to the bill, so once again, I am asking for a little indulgence. It's very hard for the House to pass bail reform. This bill almost died on the floor. It had 6 votes away from being tabled, which is our death. It ended up passing with a very large bipartisan support. But my message to the Senate about this bill in particular is please do not amend it. I do not know if we will have the votes if it comes back to the House. I understand that it is your bill. I'm just letting you know that 6 votes in the House is a very narrow margin. So I appreciate that indulgence, but I feel like the message needs to be conveyed on that front.
Sure. Does anyone have any questions? Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So in this committee, we've heard a number of bail reform bills that were sort of making adjustments to prior bail reform. And, something that has always concerned me is the impact of this type of reform on our communities of color. And so I didn't hear you address that in your testimony. And so I'm wondering if you're aware of the data about, how our communities of color are disproportionately represented in our criminal justice system, disproportionately arrested. And so I'm wondering, in all your work to improve this bill, were there any considerations about that information?
Yeah, so the 36-hour hold was one of those. They would be included in that. I go back to my original point, which is we're getting them in front of a judge, right? So if they are being targeted, because this was an argument that was made up, not specifically about communities of color, but your underlying point is they're being targeted by the police. If they are being targeted by the police, the bail commissioner can do nothing for them. The bail commissioner can't do anything, but the judge,
The way that you're describing my underlying point is incorrect. I did not say that police are targeting communities of color. I just want to make that clear. That's an assumption you made from my question.
Okay, well, from respectfully, Senator, from what you're saying is you're saying people of color are arrested at a higher rate. I'm not refuting that. My question is, why would they be arresting at a higher rate? The assumption would be they're being targeted by the police. So I'm going to lump that in there. I know you disagree with that. I'm not putting those words in your mouth. But my point is if they are being targeted by the police, if someone is, for whatever reason, maybe they are a known criminal, maybe they are being discriminated on because of the color of their skin, they should make that case to a judge who can actually do something about it. A bail commissioner cannot hold anyone accountable. The bail commissioner can issue bail, and that is it. And arresting somebody and letting them back out, and arresting them and letting them back out, arresting them and letting them back out does no one any good. It doesn't do the person any good. It doesn't do the community any good. So that is the goal, is to put them in front of a judge, to put them in front of someone who can help.
So, and I appreciate that explanation, but don't you think the legislature has a role in ensuring that we address that issue rather than just leaving it to the judiciary? We have 3 branches of government. Don't you think that the legislature has a role in that?
I would say that's what this is. I mean, we set the law, and the judiciary has to go and enforce it. So we have to, at a certain extent, let the judiciary do their job. And as I said in the beginning, judges have an internal system for holding each other accountable. If there is a judge, if there's police that are discriminating on people, if there are judges that are discriminating on people, we can address that. This bail reform would actually help that, because once again, a bail commissioner can do nothing for them.
Senator Willie, you all set? You're all set?
Yep, thanks.
Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. I can certainly understand the frustration and the problem of arresting, releasing, and there is a certain segment like that, but how long from the first arrest, how long is the average trial date set before it actually happens? Do you have any ideas? Is it a month, 5 months?
You'd have to ask the judiciary that question. Anything I would tell you would be a guess. So I'm not. I can't even ponder it.
So my concern is this would take in all those folks also. That it could be a month or 2 months or 3 months between arrests and bail, correct?
It absolutely could, and remember, we're shortening the amount of time that there can be held, right? So if you ignore Class B misdemeanors for a minute and you talk about Class A and up, today, they can be held for 72 hours. Under this reform, we cut it down to 36. So respectfully, Senator, if your point is are we arresting people and holding people and they have a short period of time, the answer is you can do that today, and you can do it for 72 hours. Under this bill, you can only do it for 36 hours. It was a compromise that we made to address that specific concern.
Okay, great, thanks.
Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think you recognized in your testimony so far that the Class B misdemeanor is the controversial part to this. 36 hours is too, maybe, but there's no boundary on that. I mean, doesn't say third offense over 3 years. It's just third offense in one's lifetime.
No, it's third offense while they're already out on bail. So it's for people that have been arrested and are out on bail. So they have been arrested, accused of a crime, been released, and now we're talking them with, in your case with the Class B misdemeanor, they've been arrested, released, arrested, released, arrested in a short period of time. I don't, to Senator French's point, I don't know exactly what the period of time is, but 3 arrests while you're out on bail is a lot of arrests, regardless of the amount of time it is.
Got it. But currently, the Class B misdemeanors doesn't come with any kind of, I mean, there is no holding period for a person on a Class B.
That's not true, Senator. You can be held for 72 hours. You can currently be arrested for them. You can currently be arrested for a Class B misdemeanor. You're just put in front of a bail commissioner. But you can be held for 72 hours while you see a bail commissioner. There are many Class B misdemeanors in which no one is arrested at all. They're just issued a summons or a citation. But there are some serious Class B misdemeanors which you are arrested for, such as driving while intoxicated. You know, we're not talking about jaywalking.
We're not.
No, I'm not aware, and if you guys are on Judiciary, I'm not aware of anyone in the state of New Hampshire being arrested for jaywalking. So if they're not arrested, they're not in front of a bail commissioner. If they're not arrested, they're not in front of a judge. This is only for people who are arrested while out on bail.
Senator Khan, can Senator Whitley interrupt?
Yeah, so I think it's important to get very clear on what current law is, because I think we're conflating a little bit. So the current law is that a person can be released by a bail commissioner, correct?
Correct.
Right. So, but under your bill, there's it's a mandatory hold.
No, that's a misconception. There's what the state is allowed to hold for a maximum of 72 hours. That's the current law. What we did was we took that maximum time and we cut it to 36. We actually that was how we got a lot of bipartisan support, was we actually decreased the amount of time that the state can currently hold you for, and people overlook it. It was a major, I actually believe it was an improvement, by the way, because my goal is to get them in front of a judge. So I really don't want anybody held for 72 hours before they see a judge. I would want them held for 36. So it was a compromise we were willing to make. But that's the current law. All we did was decrease the current law. And it was a nod to the civil liberties people, and it was a nod to those people with those concerns. But it doesn't change what you can be arrested for. They like to throw out the term, there's mandatory holds. If they're throwing out the term, there's mandatory holds today. If that's your definition of mandatory holds, that's what it is today, because all we did was shorten the time that you can be held for.
I think there's a disagreement there that maybe further other folks can clarify, because I think there's a disagreement on what current law is.
Thanks, Senator Whitley. Just a follow-up from me. So do you feel the bail commissioners are lacking the ability, the training, or could you sort of eliminating them?
So I've been working on this now for 2 years. And last year I submitted legislation to address what I saw were the deficiencies in the bail commissioners, specifically changing how they were appointed and how they were held, who they were accountable to. There was no interest in the legislator in doing that. We did pass another package. I believe it became law that changed that. The bail commissioners, they raised the complaint that they were not getting paid their $40 because eventually the county courts ran out of money. So the legislator changed that and said, we're going to make sure you get paid so you could do your job and all that. But the problem still existed. So and I said this in my opening testimony, I don't think the bail commissioners are bad people. I think the bail commissioners are trying to take their directions from the judges. And it goes back to the finger pointing of the judges blame the bail commissioners blame the judges. Ultimately, in my opinion, somebody with the robe on is held to a higher standard, has obviously been through legal training, does this, they're not being called in at midnight. This is something they do every day. They have expanded powers on what they can do as terms of release. The judges are far more able to handle these cases and actually look at the person as an individual instead of trying to get their $40 and get moving. By the way, I'm not saying that that's what all bail commissioners do. I'm not trying to say that they don't care. I'm just saying that if you wanted to go in front of a bail commissioner or a judge and you felt that something was going on, you were being targeted by the police, who would you want to go in front of, the bail commissioner or the judge?
Thank you. You all set, Senator Khan? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Richard Head from the Judicial Branch. Good to see you, Mr. Head. How you doing?
Well, thank you, Senator.
Good.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Richard Head. I'm the Government Affairs Coordinator for the Judicial Branch. Hopefully I can answer a couple of the questions that were asked. We don't have a position relative to the policy of this bill. We do have significant concerns as to the impact on the circuit courts, both in terms of this bill and a number of bills that are circulating through the legislative body this session. You have Senate Bill 294, another bail reform bill that's crossed over. You have a number of bills that you'll be hearing later on that come out of children and family law. You have this bill. There has not been a lot of consideration as to the impact on the circuit court, a court system that is significantly burdened right now. And this bill will have a burden on the circuit court. And just to talk that through as to what that means. So circuit court, as you know, is made up of three divisions. You have family division, you have district division, and you have probate division. Circuit court judges sit on all three divisions. So you don't just have judges doing criminal, you don't just have judges doing family. They're doing all of them, they're doing them all the time. There are approximately 125,000 new cases being filed in the circuit court annually. So about a little over 1,000 a month. It's a significant number of cases that are pushed through the circuit court. They do an incredible job at it. You have about 150,000 hearings every year in the circuit court. It is an incredibly busy place. It is also, and we're not just talking about the judges, we're talking about the staff who have to process a remarkable amount of paperwork. And you hear things about, well, I know the judge ruled on this a week or two ago, but I haven't got an order. It's because they're pushing through a huge volume of paper. They're also taking in, whatever comes in off the street. And when we're talking about bail hearings, it is a very difficult scheduling issue because you don't have a week to schedule these out. You have them showing up essentially Monday mornings are very busy. And you have clerks who have to figure out how to get the paperwork in front of the judge to hear it. And we're also not talking about they're showing up. These are incarcerated bail hearings. So they're at a county jail. So they're either showing up on a video, so there has to be a coordination. Again, the clerk's offices are doing this with the county jails to ensure that a person is in front of the video at the appropriate time. And then you have also on top of that, are there enough slots in the video, with the jail and video for a particular circuit court? Because a jail has to go through all the circuit courts that jail feeds to. So you may have an hour or two of Franklin. You have to go over to the other court for another hour or two. It's a very precise form of scheduling and very difficult. So then we're going to add on to it bail hearings that are currently being managed through bail commissioners. And through this bill would come before a judge, which is coming before a clerk, and all the activities that a bail commissioner would have to do, it's being done by a judge. And also keep in mind in terms of picturing it, a circuit court judge no longer has a court monitor. They're essentially in there by themselves handling that particular load that's happening in the courtroom. So they're turning the recorder on, so we got a recording of the thing. They're sort of doing everything. They're typing stuff into the Odyssey program. It's a very sort of busy place. So what are we talking about with this? So 2019 data, I'm taking sort of pre-pandemic data. You had about 35,000 felonies and misdemeanors that were filed in the system. And one thing just to note in this bill is we're not just talking about those that are on bail, but the bill keeps the original language. So it's in terms of second or subsequent arrests, it's everybody who at the time of the offense was committed was released pending trial for a felony or misdemeanor, released pending imposition or execution of the sentence, the appeal of the sentence or conviction, or completion of the sentence. So it's everything from time of arrest to completion of sentence. That pool of individuals is subject to this second arrest, third arrest. You're going to show up in front of a judge. I don't know how many people are in the pool. I know that in any particular year, you have about 125, about 35,000 felonies and misdemeanors. So let's, and about 8,700 of those are felonies, and roughly 13,000 are misdemeanor A's, 13,000 are misdemeanor B's, roughly about the same, give or take a few. If we are, and we also don't have data on how many second arrests occur. So I don't have a figure for you. I just heard the sponsor talk about 3 to 6%. I thought, okay, 10%, but I just ran some quick numbers at 3 to 10% or 3 to 6%. Our old, and I agree, this is a fairly old weighted caseload study. It would show we're talking about, let's say, 5.8 minutes per hearing. Doesn't sound like a lot of time. If we take 3% of 35,000, we're at about 1,050. If you sort of run the math, which I'm not promising is entirely accurate, you're talking of 7.5-hour days, 13 full days with additional hearings on bail. This would just cause, in and of itself, 13 days of hearing at the very low number of 3%. If we're talking 6%, we're talking about 27 days. 5 days a week, we're talking about 5.5 weeks of bail hearings in a very stressed system already. And trying to sort of work that paperwork through, work those hearings, work those video conferences. And by the way, if there's not a video conference slot available, there has to be a transport of that individual to the courthouse. So a coordination with the sheriff's office. So I got a clerk trying to figure out, do I put this person on video? Does the jail have enough? Do I have to get a sheriff to transport? And by the way, this person was arrested on Friday, so it's Monday morning. We got to figure it out when we show up at the courthouse that day. All I'm saying is none of these bills, one, have gone to a finance committee. It bypassed House Finance. Don't know if it'll go to Senate Finance. There is a significant impact on a stressed system, stressed because of just workload, stressed because of a pandemic catch-up, stressed because we don't have enough public defenders to sort of keep the thing moving, and stressed because we are, especially this session, adding a lot of new stuff in the circuit court. And you're going to hear me a lot because I was over in children and family law a lot. And again, the same judges that are hearing the parenting cases are hearing these criminal cases. So it's all of them together. So I just raised this. I don't have a solution other than to say, if bills like this pass, and there are too many of them, you're going to see a ripple effect through the system. And that ripple effect is going to be, there's a set number of hours in a day, something's going to get pushed. And it's going to be those things that don't have a mandatory deadline. If you have a civil case, if you have a small claims case, if you have anything that does not require a parenting case, if you don't have a hard deadline, it's going to become very difficult to reach those cases. I also note that on line 19, the bill provides the court shall not order personal recognizance bail in such cases. So we are not able to do PR bail. So if PR bail isn't available, we then have a situation we now have to potentially appoint counsel for those parties because they're now incarcerated. So we have an additional potential delay and an additional potential second hearing because now counsel's going to come in. I got to do it all over again potentially, adding to sort of the overall totals. And those totals I told you about were just based on new cases being filed, not the whole pool of cases, which may be anywhere from time of arrest to time of completion of sentence. So those numbers are actually bigger. To answer your question, Senator French, as to sort of how long do these cases take, misdemeanor, this is 2021 data. Misdemeanor A's were about, on average, 178 days to disposition. Misdemeanor B's were about 139 days on average to disposition, and violations, which are not covered in this bill, were about 116 days. And it's sort of, that's the rough average. They hit on misdemeanor A's less than 180 days with 66% of the cases. So to give a sense of where that line falls. On misdemeanor Bs, about 78% of them are reached within 180 days. And then the only last thing I would ask is, if this bill is to go forward, the effective date is 60 days from date of passage. I will note, something I also talk a lot about, RSA 14:9 is a statute that deals with effective dates. And it provides very specifically, any law that is affecting judicial practice and procedure shall take effect on January 1 of the following year. So if nothing else, a little more time to implement would be helpful. But my overall message is, there's a lot of stuff that you're going to be hearing in this committee that's crossing over that are directed to circuit court. And if they all go through, there's going to be a significant ripple effect in the system that we just can't manage with the current staff. And a lot of it is staff. And over time, we have reduced staff. It may be, some of that was in response to budget requests. Some of that was in response to errors probably on our end, where we thought e-court was going to relieve some stress in the circuit court staff, and turns out the opposite's true. So we reduced a little bit there, and we went to part-time instead of full-time. You get the message. So we ask simply to take that into account when you're considering these bills. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Go ahead, Senator Whitley.
You saw my move to the microphone. Thank you for that information. I think that having more information on this piece is critical, because I don't think in this committee we've really sort of fleshed this out. And it is important because these bills haven't been going to finance. So I know in another bail reform bill, SB 294, I believe your colleague Marion Dempsey came and actually provided a dollar amount. And what she said, and it's a different bill, I will say that, she estimated that it would cost an additional $1.9 million each year to implement this law from the court system. And that would be costs related to additional judges and support staff. Do you think that this bill would have the same fiscal impact of $1.9 million a year to implement it?
So unfortunately, I say I don't know, in part because with that bill, we were able to go into our data and identify how many of those in circuit court, how many hearings were not detention hearings, but those dealt with essentially every arrest. So if you fell within that crime, you were going to have a detention hearing. We knew how many of those crimes were being charged, and we knew how many of those were in detention hearings. With this bill, I don't have data on second arrests. So I don't know so we knew with that bill, my memory is somewhere around 3,400 additional hearings. In what we're talking about here is anywhere between, it's tough to estimate, but it could be the same, it could be higher, it could be lower. I just don't know, because I don't have a number to be able to then attribute. What I do know is, once you're into misdemeanors, you're talking about a crime, at least anecdotally, you hear people are getting rearrested. The folks who are trespassing at the 7-Eleven, who are intoxicated, who have mental health issues, you see that a lot. But in terms of numbers, I just don't have data to be able to put a dollar figure. So that's why, and what was interesting, at least with Senate Bill 294, even though there's a significant fiscal impact on the judicial branch, we were not asked to do a fiscal note worksheet for that bill. So our fiscal note does not go with that bill. So we had created it because it has an impact, but we've not yet been asked to do a fiscal impact, which goes to my original point, which is none of these bills are being considered in the context of what is that ripple effect as it comes into the circuit court. And then if you add to it a bill which I think probably has a significant likelihood of passage, which is the felonies first bill, everything that is currently a felony would start in circuit court. So on Senate Bill 294, those were just taking circuit court cases that we knew were going to have subsequent hearings. Once you add felonies first, those that are in the Superior Court are getting shifted over to the circuit court. Same thing is true here. All the felonies that are that would currently be in the Superior Court, not as much impacting the circuit court, felonies first, would shift all of those into circuit court for the bail for the it increases it somewhat because then you have to do the probable cause hearings and so on, et cetera.
Follow up? So, I mean, because this bill, unlike SB 294, is, looking more at arrests for misdemeanors, so it could be, it's very likely, would you agree that it's very likely that it could be more than $1.9 million?
I just don't know. And Senate Bill 294 does include misdemeanors. So for domestic violence misdemeanors and stalking misdemeanors, those are included. And in fact, the circuit court numbers are only the misdemeanors because they're only dealing with, so the 294 fiscal impact is just the misdemeanors in that case. Because Superior Court could accept the additional cases, so we didn't have an additional fiscal note for Superior Court. If those get shifted to circuit court, then the impact grows.
Okay. Last follow-up? Thanks. So I think you make an important point too about the sort of ripple effect. And, I know this isn't your area of expertise, but wouldn't you believe that, there's going to be also cost impacts on our counties, right? Because these folks are going to be held in county facilities.
Yeah, so I'm assuming counties, both in terms of holding in jails, there's going to be additional detention times, county sheriffs, which have transport, which we reimburse currently at a fairly low rate for transport. So yes, there will be additional costs, I'm assuming, on counties. I don't know if that's been quantified. Probably for the same reason that I can't quantify it. If nothing else, it would be indeterminable.
Thanks very much. Oh, Senator Khan.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Head, thank you.
Morning.
Testimony, I take it then with 13,000 misdemeanors, Class B misdemeanors in the course of a year, that what you're saying to us is that 36 hours is going to be a tough time period in which to conduct preliminary hearings.
I don't know that the 36 hours itself is going to impact 36 hours, 72 hours, whatever it may be. It's still the same cases are going to come before the circuit court. And one of the amendments that was made in the House side was to carve out Class Bs, some, so that it wasn't the second arrest, but it was a third and subsequent arrest. So that would reduce from what the original as introduced bill would impact on the circuit courts. But again, I don't have the numbers. Stretching it or the time frame itself, I'm not sure would change things a lot. Monday mornings are still going to be hard, and they get filtered through. So I don't have a strong view one way or the other as to the time frame impacting the caseload.
But this question about the cost to the county court, the county holding period, I mean, clearly we're going to be holding more people without personal recognizance.
And that seems to be the goal of the bill. So yes, I would say that is an outcome that would occur. And the counties did put in a fiscal note just in the summary and just says that it would increase costs for the county house of corrections as they would hold people longer, but also indeterminable. So they agreed with my summary at least.
Do you have any recommendations for us to alleviate some of the burdens that this bill creates?
Recommendations, no, only a strong request of consideration of what would happen if all of these bills end up getting passed. So if 294 passes, this bill passes, felonies first passes, and the half a dozen bills coming out of children and family law, it's significant.
Thank you, Mr.
If I can continue there, it's significant in that we're going to need more, what?
Staff, judges,
Public defenders.
I mean, everyone in the system is involved. Quantifying it is very difficult.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the
Have a
questions.
good day. Thank you. Sarah Blodgett? Welcome, Sarah. How you doing?
How are you?
Doing well.
Nice to see you, Senator.
See you.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Sarah Blodgett, the Executive Director of the Judicial Council. The Judicial Council has not taken a position on the policy behind this bill, but is the state agency that's responsible for the quality and the cost effectiveness of indigent defense. I wanted to testify about what I see as the potential impact on our indigent defense system. And I think everybody here is aware of the crisis that we are now facing with indigent defense. And there have been many factors that have played a role in that. But the reality of where we are today is that we are unable to provide lawyers immediately for every incarcerated defendant. And I'm personally making phone calls to attorneys to accept, sometimes they may only accept representation to make a bail argument, but we are struggling. We simply cannot meet the current need. And so any increase in the number of people who are being detained for a Class B misdemeanor is going to add to this burden that we are currently facing. And our indigent defense system is only appointed on Class Bs in very narrow circumstances. But if somebody is detained, of course, an attorney would need to be appointed to represent them. And we do not just provide limited representation, so somebody would then remain on that case. I don't know how many new charges that would mean where people are being held, but quite frankly, we cannot accommodate any additional incarcerated client representation. We are already falling behind.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sandra.
I just want to sort of dive into something that you said about public defenders don't provide limited representation, meaning you don't agree to public defenders do not agree to represent individuals just for a bail hearing. Correct?
That's right. Our indigent defense system just doesn't operate that way. So you may have one attorney who argues bail, but when you get court-appointed counsel, that is counsel for the entire resolution, up until the entire resolution of the case.
Follow-up? So taking that the next step, that means that caseloads will be even heavier, and there will be more on an already stressed system where we can't provide enough lawyers to individuals. And I will say this is such a critical policy issue because it's a constitutional issue. Would you agree?
Yes, Senator, I do agree with that. And we were not given an opportunity to provide a fiscal worksheet on this. I don't know that we needed to for the original version, but certainly the amendment has a significant fiscal impact on the Judicial Council.
Go ahead, Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good to see you for a second week in a row. And last week, I learned about, and I think the entire public learned about the backlog that our court system is facing currently. That there are about 800 cases awaiting assignment of a public defender to take those cases. Is that the backlog that we're facing currently?
It's actually increased since I was in front of you last week. And I will just reiterate that right now our priority for appointment of counsel is for incarcerated individuals. So when somebody is being held, either the public defender, contract counsel, or assigned counsel are appointed as expeditiously as possible. Those folks are not on that hold list if they are incarcerated. But the difficulty is because everybody is spread so thin right now, when we get a new incarcerated defendant who needs representation, it's an incredible challenge to find somebody to take that case.
And if I could follow, when you say priority for incarcerated individuals, that doesn't include Class B misdemeanors.
Very, very few people who are currently held on Class B misdemeanors are amongst our current clients for the indigent defense system.
And if I follow it, if we had the 800 case backlog a week ago, or it's grown over time, lack of staff, and all the reasons that we've talked about previously. Turnover. What's the backlog today?
It's approaching 900.
Sounds significant, given you've only got how many attorneys or?
So at the moment, 137 attorneys on staff at the public defender, between the contract attorneys and the assigned counsel who've been taking cases over the past several months, about 85 attorneys.
I guess last question. I got a sense last week of how long it would take us to clear that kind of a backlog. It's a significant amount of time.
It is.
Here to, I mean,
I would not hazard a guess at this point.
thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Senator.
you,
You're all
Senator.
set, Senator Whitley?
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Ross Conley. Thanks for your patience.
Oh, no worries. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for holding this hearing today. Just for the record, my name is Ross Connolly. I'm the Deputy State Director for Americans for Prosperity here in New Hampshire. And I'm here today to voice our opposition to HB 1476. This bill as currently written is unfortunately confusing in its wording and treats all offenses as equally serious instead of being more targeted in addressing actual threats to communities. HB 1476 removes the ability of our justice system to give discretion on a case-by-case basis, which treats all defendants in a one-size-fits-all approach, no matter the seriousness of the violation. And don't get me wrong, we completely understand the concerns surrounding those accused of violent crimes being released, but this was never the intent of the 2018 reform. In fact, the law clearly states that if an individual is suspected to be a danger to themselves or the community, that they shall be held. We have proposed language in the House, when this was in committee in the House, to clarify this statute, make it very clear by explicitly stating violent felony level offenses would not qualify for PR bail, but unfortunately those changes were not adopted. There is a way to address these concerns without totally rolling back due process, but we just view this bill as a much too heavy-handed approach by grouping all crimes together. And for an example, most second offenses are low-level violations, including simple cannabis possession over the decriminalized limit. The immediate effect of this bill would be a recriminalization of poverty. The fact is that a defendant should not be detained simply because they cannot afford bail. However, that's exactly what this bill would do. If somebody has to go see a judge, yes, the holding period would be 36 hours, as the sponsor pointed out. However, if the judge sets a bail that person cannot afford, they're going to be sitting in jail until their trial date. And lastly, the amended version of this bill, we view needs to be clarified. I believe it was Senator Khan pointed out the confusion with the third offense, misdemeanor B. We view that as just confusing in where it was placed and how it is worded. What does that actually mean in terms of, I believe the speaker from the DOJ mentioned that it would be from beginning to your sentence served. That's a very long time. I think we think it would be better to more explicitly say what the intent of that line would be. So at the very least, amending that language to make that more explicit, more clear, so there's no confusion in the application of the law. But for these reasons, we do urge the committee to move this bill in expedient to legislate, since it does take this much too broad look at all crimes.
Thank you for your testimony. Go ahead, Senator Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just sort of interested in, your organization's, what the thought process was for why you thought it was so important to be involved in this bill.
Thank you for the question, Senator. We were in support of the 2018 bail changes. We believe that largely they have been working. Crime has actually reduced since the passage of that law. And there's other speakers behind me that I'm sure will comment on that. But this is really about personal liberty, due process, and constitutional rights. And we believe that's fundamental, that those should be protected by government and not violated. And we believe that this bill would roll back a lot of those protections that we were able to accomplish in 2018.
Thank you. Anyone else? All set? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Frank Knack. Welcome, Mr. Knack. How you doing?
I'm well, thanks.
Good.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Frank Knack. I'm a policy director with the ACE.
Just because of the late hour and we got a lot of stuff to go. Don't read anything, just talk to us.
Oh,
Great.
perfect.
If you can do that, that'd be
Definitely.
great. I know you can.
So I wanted to clarify one quick thing, Senator Whitley, you had asked the bill sponsor about. And so the bill sponsor was trying to say that this bill is shortening the time period that people will be held. And I think the piece he omitted that I think is important, if you look at the changes, it changes a may to a shall. And so under current law, people may be detained for up to 72 hours. Under the proposed bill, it is you shall be detained for 36 hours. And so that removes all judicial discretion. And then when you couple that with the fact that this bill removes PR bail, you're talking about a substantial change to our bail reform laws. In addition, I think it is deeply unclear. The bill sponsor also talked about how this bill is removing Class B. You have to have a third Class B misdemeanor for this to attach. And if you actually look at the language of the amendment, it is completely keeping intact the first section. So a person charged with any offense who is on release and then rearrested for any offense is held, or a person charged. And so that or there is misplaced if the intent is to have this apply to only third Class B misdemeanors. And so I think at a minimum we need that change. And I do think, since I was last up here talking about SB 294, there's been some additional research that's come out that I think would be important to lift up. I noted it in my fact sheet. But Core Correctional Solutions, which was recently funded by Arnold Ventures to do a major study of people incarcerated in jails in Kentucky. They looked at 1.5 million people between 2009 and 2018 who were incarcerated in Kentucky. This followed up on a study they had done a few years back. A few years back, they had found that after 3 days of incarceration, the net public safety benefits went away, and it was actually a net public safety harm. Their newest data, looking at 1.5 million, at 24 hours, so 1 day hold, the net public safety harm attaches. And so after 24 hours, you were literally making our communities less safe. And so I think we heard a lot from the courts about how this bill is going to be an administrative burden. There's lots of costs, but I think it's also important to look at the public safety angle of this bill and the fact that the data is clear. And that report was also clear to point out that this is consistent. Their findings were consistent with, quote, decades of research on the effects of custodial sanctions. And so this wasn't an outlier report. This was a report that's very much in line with other reports, including meta-analysis that have been done on this issue. And I just want to quote one of the report's recommendations. Quote, in most instances, jail is likely the most harmful option during the pretrial stage, and that resources should be focused on treatment and other solutions if we actually want to increase public safety. I think it's also important to note that, again, under existing law, anyone can be held pretrial if they are a danger. I think that's already been noted. And finally, you'll see in my handout that I gave you, so looking at 2018 through 2020 crime data, the year bail reform into effect through the most current data we have available, and this is taken directly from the New Hampshire Department of Public Safety. For Group A crimes statewide, crimes are down 14.3% and arrests are down 22.6%. For Group B arrests, we don't have crime data because they're low level, we just have arrests. Arrests are down 20%. And then for the two departments who have been testifying against or for this bill, both Manchester and Bedford, again, you saw in Manchester, Group A crimes are down 9.6%, arrests are down 16.6%. For Group B, arrests are down 30%. In Bedford, crimes for Group A crimes are down 29.5%, arrests are down 19.5%, and then for B, there's been no change. And so the notion that somehow bail reform has made our communities less safe has zero data to support it. And so we are deeply concerned with the fact that this would impact so many people. And I think one last piece I want to quickly address, Senator Whitley, you had raised with the bill sponsor, is the impact that this is going to have on Black and brown people in our communities. And so Black people in 2020 were 3.2 times more likely to be arrested when compared with white people overall. And then when you're looking at low-level discretionary offenses, which this bill would attach to because it deals with all felonies and all misdemeanors, Black people were 4.8 times more likely to be arrested for marijuana possession, 5.9 times more likely to be arrested for disorderly conduct, and 6.52 times for vagrancy. And so when you have a mandatory incarceration regime, which this bill would create, those disparities in arrests are going to be magnified in our jails. And so this is going to further entrench the already disproportionate incarceration of Black and brown people in our state. And so I think for those reasons, this bill is deeply troubling, and we would urge inexpedient to legislate. Thank you so much.
Go ahead, Senator Whitley.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I just want to go, because Senator Khan and I both were trying to flesh this out with the sponsor, this notion of, according to what he was trying to say to us, that this is better, his bill is better than current law. And so would you agree that we're sort of the way that he was describing it was kind of conflating two parts of the process? So if you can, just go through us, you had mentioned that the change from may to shall, you're moving judicial discretion. I get that. But I am still, it's very murky to me based on his claim that he's making it better by moving it towards this 36 hours. So can you go through that with us slowly, please?
Yeah, definitely. So I think there's two parts there, and he was only talking about one of the two parts. And I think you need to look at two parts because they're both in the bill. So Part A is it does reduce the whole time from 72 hours to 36 hours. But he omitted Part B, which is the fact that currently it is discretionary and the bail commissioners can release all those folks. Under his bill, it's a shall be held, and then they're mandatorily held now. So everyone is going to be mandatorily held versus currently people who are picked up can get out right away. Under his bill, all those people will be mandatorily held until they get before a judge.
Okay, follow up. And so I just want to confirm my understanding that this would mandate pretrial incarceration, not based on what the actual charge was, but just because they had a previous charge, correct?
Exactly, and it could be for a low-level misdemeanor.
Okay. Follow up, lastly. So in addition to that, it would also mandate pretrial incarceration, even if the underlying charge doesn't require jail time. Is that correct?
Correct. And then because this also pulls recognizance bail as an option, people who can't afford their bail, even if it's on a B misdemeanor, will be held. And we heard from Mr. Head from the courts the extreme length of time that these people may be held for.
Last follow-up to what he just said. So what you just said, that we're bringing back that criminalization of poverty that we worked so hard to get rid of. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We're going back to pre-2018 standards here with this bill.
You all said, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Frank. I've heard nightmares of the Manchester Police Department arresting the same person hour after hour at times, and then having to release them only to arrest them again. And I'm sure that's what this is trying to address. But don't you think in trying to address that, we're also grabbing a lot of other cases that really aren't problematic to the departments. Do you see it that way?
Oh, absolutely, because this is a one-size-fits-all solution approach. And I think it's also a concern we have with the notion that, as we heard from the bill sponsor, that we have a problem with people being rearrested because, you know, they have mental health or substance use or whatever, some type of concern, is that jails are the worst solution to that problem. The data has been clear for years and years and years. So not only is this a one-size-fits-all approach to the problem, but the notion that our jails are a solution, particularly when you're held pretrial and you're not even eligible for services, is against all the data. And again, I mentioned the most recent research where they found that jail is actually the worst thing that you could do for these people.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're all set. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Joe Hobecki. Good to see you both.
See you, Mr.
Steve, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you, Steve. What's that?
Is it permissible to have?
It certainly is.
So for the record, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Joseph Hobecki. I'm the Chief of Police in Hollis. I'm also the current president of the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police. Steve, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Assistant Chief Steve Mangoni, Manchester Police Department.
We sit before you to speak of this bill today. I think you know our position on bail reform. It shouldn't be a surprise to anyone in this room. However, we do have some concerns with this, the current bill in front of you. We certainly supported Senate Bill 294, and the reason why we supported that is specifically addresses the issues of violent offenders, violent repeat offenders, and how we can remedy many of the situations that you are familiar with that have occurred throughout the state, where folks have been arrested for crimes, violent crimes, and released on PR or low bail only to reoffend. Our point is that we don't support deprivation of bail for people. What we do support is accountability for folks who engage in violent criminal activity. There are circumstances where, yes, we do feel as though the judge is best suited to make a determination on bail. There's been some conversations about low crime statistics. In my humble opinion, I feel it's a stretch to specifically connect bail reform with low crime statistics, and I'll tell you why. Bail reform was passed in the state in 2018. If you look at the data prior to 2018, you will see a downward trend in crime, in violent crime, prior to 2018. So we're already on a downward trend of violent crime and crime, not just in the state, but across the country. And I would humbly like to think that law enforcement and the work that our men and women do in communities across the state has a direct correlation to that, not necessarily bail reform. We also look at this issue, and we try very hard, and some might question that we may be biased, maybe we are. Personally, holistically, I look at this approach as balance. We embrace the Constitution. We believe in the Constitution. We believe in individual rights, including rights of the accused. But we also support the rights of the victims of crimes. And oftentimes in these discussions, that is forgotten. There are people who are impacted by crime and criminality in this country. And certainly we value and appreciate those folks who are accused of crimes and their rights. But we need to start thinking about the victims of crimes in this country. Steve, did you have anything to ask?
I just wanted to address one thing that, Senator, you mentioned about Manchester and some of the things you've heard. There are instances in the last couple of years since 2018 where violent offenders were released on bail by the bail commissioners. I don't have the specifics in front of me and the names of some. I know that Chief Aldenberg testified to the House about that and mentioned specific instances of that happening. That's where we're coming from in reference to the specific bill as written. It doesn't address violent offenders.
With that, we'll answer any questions you
Go ahead, Senator.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you coming to the State House to speak to us. So certainly, I agree with you. You know, the focus, I wish there was a more focus on victims, absolutely. Particular, you know, crimes that we know are directed towards women. You know, certainly that is something that keeps me up at night. I also have an 8-year-old. I am deeply concerned about the safety of our children. Spent my entire career trying to figure out ways to keep our children safe, right? So, but so I think starting from a point of agreement, and I think that this bill doesn't necessarily get where we all want to be, because it scoops up victimless crimes, marijuana possession, things like that. So when we are talking about, you know, sort of a broader approach that's not really addressing what you are validly bringing to us, it's that this bill in particular, you know, brings in people that are, you know, perhaps committing crimes that don't have victims. So I just wanted to, you know, get your sense about that.
I'll speak to that.
Good job.
I would tend to agree that the language within the legislation is quite broad. And I think that's why we supported the language contained within Senate Bill 294, because it specifically targets those folks, and I believe there's 13 offenses detailed within Senate Bill 94. It specifically targets violent criminals, repeat offenders. If you ask my personal and professional thought on this, yes, it is quite broad. And the fact that the matter is, it could be problematic to the courts in terms of folks who engage in nonviolent misdemeanor level offenses, you know, being held 36 hours until they see a judge.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for coming today. So, do I understand your testimony today? The bail reform package of the bail reform package that we passed this year helps you?
Senate Bill 294?
I believe that's what it was. I'm not sure.
Yes.
So does it make this not necessary because it's already covered for the broad picture in Senate Bill 294?
Let me say this. I appreciate the sponsor's efforts, and I fully understand their intent, his intent. If you were to ask me which one I prefer, and I'm sure I can speak for Deputy Chief Mangone, we would tell you we prefer Senate Bill 294. And I'm sure there's some folks behind me that would disagree with that, but that's an honest answer.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you.
Melissa Davis.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for your patience.
Thank you. My name is Melissa Davis. I am coming to you as a criminal defense practitioner. I've been a public defender for 15 years. I left the public defender program 2 years ago to join UNH School of Law. I'm currently the director of the criminal practice clinic at the law school, which has a contract with the Judicial Council to provide cases, so I'm still a practitioner. I'm also an assistant professor of law. So I'm here today, one, to offer my expertise in terms of being a practitioner in regards to these types of matters, and to speak on behalf of the New Hampshire Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, for which I'm a board member. This law, in our opinion, is unnecessary and is potentially, has the potential to be incredibly taxing on the system and harmful to citizens, both regular society citizens as well as those presumed innocent within the system. I agree with many of the speakers that have presented so far on that point and would argue that the currently available system provides the same protections that are already being proposed right now. Our bail law already allows for a number of things that are being argued for in this situation. It seems as though, and I want to go back to what Mr. Head talked about, that it will be incredibly taxing on our system and have serious effects on the ability of it to move and function, especially after the pandemic. I can tell you that right now I have cases that have been sitting for months and even years waiting for trial dates. And they are being continued because the court has to cancel their trial dates for other matters that require time limit issues. I have clients that have been waiting on very minor matters to have them resolved for years, and it is concerning. Additionally, tax criminal defense attorneys in this situation. You're already aware of what is going on in terms of the crisis in indigent defense, but I can only echo today that even as of this morning, as I am a contract attorney, I had to turn away 3 cases that for someone who was incarcerated, as I can't take them because my caseload is already too high. So this bill, I think, would definitely cause issues both in the circuit court and for the criminal, the indigent defense system as well. What I'll say is that, as you likely already know, the bail statute requires bail commissioners to be trained and to be trained by the court in the same way that the judges are trained in how they would administer bail. That's a requirement under 597-18A. And so by simply requiring that someone be held for 36 hours to go in front of a judge to apply the same law that a bail commissioner could apply, to issue the same bail order that a bail commissioner could apply, is unnecessary in this situation. I can tell you that prosecutors are also able to address bail violations in these cases in a number of ways. First, under 597, brought forward for breach of the bail conditions. It is a condition of every single bail that someone be of good behavior. And if they are violating the good behavior condition of bail, they can be brought forward within 48 hours to a justice in order to address bail on that matter. Additionally, prosecutors can file motions to revoke bail in the original charges under 597, I believe it's 2, to talk about, whether or not bail should be readdressed on the original matter for which they were bailed. What I will say is that, my experience in this situation, that most often the people that are, being repeatedly arrested are those suffering with substance use disorder. And that is only something that has become more problematic throughout the pandemic. We were dealing with an epidemic before. It is not an epidemic that has gone away. In fact, it has worsened. And jailing these folks, as the previous speaker said, does not provide treatment. It does not, and in fact, I believe harms the system as well as our communities even more. The judges that we have right now, and thereby those who can educate the bail commissioners, are incredibly well educated in the science of substance use disorders and what is effective in at someone as a whole and seeing what's going on in the situation. Most of the time, these are non-violent non-violent people with drug offenses that are coming in repeatedly, and it is the work of many who are involved in the system to try to address that issue within the criminal justice system as best we can, because that's what we have to do at that point. But it is still that we are often, trying to get people into treatment, trying to get them to a place of sobriety, trying to get them to a place where they're no longer engaging in the criminal justice system, and we can't do that, oftentimes while they are sitting in jail. And so that's really all I had to say on this point. If you had any questions from someone who is a practitioner and dealing with this all the time, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. I've been wanting to ask, and you went in the direction of substance use disorders. And I think we've seen terrific evidence of medically assisted treatment and diversion away from criminalization of certain substance use offenses to trying to drive people through advisement, through casework, within the first 24 hours of a critical incident towards substance use treatment. and medically assisted treatment. And am I characterizing that correctly, that that first 24 hours after an incident is where our efforts for alternative work ought to be focused, as opposed to incarceration and criminalizing the offense?
Yes, I mean, I would say that, intervention, I think the science shows that immediate intervention is always what is going to be most likely to be effective. Delaying intervention, especially delayed intervention that involves incarceration, is actually shown to be quite harmful to the process of recovery. And so we are putting people behind in terms of reaching recovery by inserting incarceration into the process. I'm glad that you raised medically assisted treatment, because this is actually quite concerning for individuals that are arrested and held, even for a short period of time. As you may know, medically assisted treatment requires daily medication. For individuals who are picked up and held, they risk not being able to access that medication or any other medication that they are prescribed while held at the House of Corrections, waiting for a hearing with a judge. In front of the judge at that point, if not allowed PR bail, the judges, my guess, will likely default to low levels of cash bail, which will significantly impact indigent people, as we have seen in the past, and which was already addressed by bail reform. And will, I would argue, often incentivize people who are held, even on minimal matters, to try to resolve their cases very quickly, even when they might be entitled to, fight their case in court, and simply because they want to get out of jail, which is incredibly unfair.
Thank you.
Sorry. I tried to put my body in front of your eye. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, in that same line, my understanding is that we've seen a decrease in incarceration in New Hampshire over the last-ish decade, and that the reason for that decrease of folks in our incarcerated, mainly in the Department of Correction, is because we are starting to rebuild our substance misuse system and our mental health system. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And sort of follow up? And so, the important, you sort of, hit on this issue of the reason why the people think that this bill is necessary is for those folks that continue to reoffend. And shouldn't we do something about that? And shouldn't we do something about that because of public safety? But if you take it to the next step, well, what is the actual solution to keep the public safe? And, what I'm hearing from you is that your understanding is that the solution to that problem is to actually get people into treatment, correct?
Absolutely.
And that, that interrupting, if a person is in treatment, and that interrupting that treatment could have a detriment on public safety. Am I characterizing your testimony correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up. So we're talking causality a little bit. And the police had brought up earlier that, maybe your side has been saying more that bail reform is why numbers are going down. It could just be as well that it's better policing, as the police brought up. And the causal relation may not be because of the changes in bail reform.
I don't know that I'm qualified to speak to whether
Sure.
bail reform has, decreased the crime. I think it's likely due to a number of factors. What I would say, though, as was reflected earlier, is increasing realization that we need to treat people with substance use disorder medically instead of punitively through incarceration in the criminal justice system. I would say has had an overall effect in that decrease, both through how it is exercised in the determination of bail and in the sentences that are reached by the parties.
Thank you, Attorney Davis. Have a great
Sorry,
day.
I have a follow-up from that.
I'm sorry. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So my understanding, I don't know if you had heard prior testimony, this notion about whether bail reform has made us safe or, less safe. And so I didn't hear folks saying, and maybe folks can correct me, I didn't hear folks saying that bail reform has made our community safer, but I have heard the response that bail reform is not responsible for our communities being less safe.
I think yes, I think that's correct. And what I would say is that, as previously stated, my own specific experience is people who are out in the community on bail while their cases are pending are actually much better able to sort of access the types of things that are going to make long-term change in whether they re-enter the system. So they're able to access treatment. They're able to work with, get access to services to address housing. They're able to demonstrate, through the fact that they are on bail, that they can improve their behavior and convince the court or even the prosecutors in the situation that they deserve, something other incarceration. It is allowed for this ability to, as I said, sort of improve while on bail, I would say. And so I think that's been helpful instead of simply just incarcerating and then releasing again with, whatever sentence may be in place. Bail provides some structure, especially in those counties that have bail supervision programs. Those bail supervision programs operate for people who are on PR bail with the condition that they abide by the structure of that program, and it's incredibly valuable in those counties that have it.
Great, thanks for the testimony.
Thank you.
Stephen Andres. Good afternoon. I like the tie. It's colorful.
Good afternoon. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Stephen Andres. I'm a prosecutor with the Merrimack County Attorney's Office. I've been a prosecutor for a little over 20 years. I spent a little over 17 of those years in the circuit court dealing with misdemeanor offenses. Just to talk a little bit about the timeline of sort of a generic charge. And when I say a generic charge, I mean nothing with a life sentence or a murder or anything like that. When a person's arrested by the police, a clock begins to sort of tick where the police have to either bring them in front of a judge within 24 hours or 36 hours or release them, which is where the bail commissioner comes in. The bail commissioner can either hold this person, either on preventative detention or cash bail, or can release the person. If the person's released on personal recognizance bail, they're given a court date. It's usually within about 30 days. But the person would walk out of the police station and go, sort of wherever they want, whether that's back home or whatever environment they were in. If the person is held by the bail commissioner, they would have a hearing in court within the next 24 to 36 hours. And that's pursuant to RSA 594-20A, which is the arrest statute. At that hearing, where they go in front of a judge within 24 to 36 hours, the judge would set bail. And the judge sets bail based on the criteria in 597-2 regarding whether or not the person is a risk of flight or danger to the community. And already within 597-2, there's a provision where it talks about being a risk of flight, and one of the factors is whether or not you were on bail at the time of this creates sort of a presumption that you may not follow court orders in the future. This particular bill addresses a small subset of people. It addresses people that are currently out on bail and get arrested, people that are currently on probation and get arrested, or people that are on parole and get arrested. And essentially what it would do is when you get to that crossroad with the bail commissioner, whether the person is held or released, the person would be held to go in front of the court within the next 24 to 36 hours. I don't believe this creates any due process issues because you're bringing the person in front of a judge instead of a bail commissioner. And I hear people talking about the burden this is going to have on the court system or how it's going to overwhelm the system. It's the same number of arraignments. So whether you're arrested and held or whether you're arrested and released, you go to court for an arraignment. So there wouldn't be any additional arraignments in the circuit court. It would change the time frame of those arraignments. And it may make the arraignment happen sooner, but it doesn't create additional hearings. And in terms of those arraignments happening sooner, those arraignments happen every day in every circuit court in this state on an almost daily basis. The circuit courts are equipped to deal with them. They deal with them on a daily basis. The other thing, when I hear about the burden this is going to cause on the court, again, it reminds me that this only affects people who are committing crimes while they're on bail, committing crimes while they're on probation, or committing crimes when they're on parole. And it strikes me personally that if that overwhelms the courts, that means there's a lot of people in the state of New Hampshire who are committing crimes when they're on bail, who are committing crimes when they're on probation, or are committing crimes when they're on parole. And it strikes me that that should be a concern. That should be a concern for this committee, and it should be a concern for the state if we have a problem with people committing crimes in violation of court orders. Happy to take any questions.
No, you're good.
No one wants to ask me anything.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Grace, I'll say your name wrong, but I'll give it a shot. Candecke? Candecke. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Problem. Always happy to correct.
Good to see you, Grace.
Good to see you too, Senator. So let's take my mask off for a moment. So thank you everyone thank you to the committee for taking my testimony. My name is Grace Candecke. I'm the program coordinator for the American Friends Service Committee. I'm also a longtime Manchester resident. And unfortunately, I've also been the victim of a crime. So I come here today, both under my official title, but also as a community member and as a resident of New Hampshire and as a Black woman, as a Black Granite Stater. And so I know you've heard from several of my colleagues about the fact that crime has decreased in New Hampshire, and that this bill, and I come here in opposition to HB 1476 because of the realities, the ways that it does impact, and it will impact Black Granite Staters. And so, in addition to my work with AFSC, I'll tell you a story that I'm a community organizer, and I work with a small organization called the Manchester Community Action Coalition. And the work that we're focused on is on creating services, programs that support our community members, especially BIPOC and immigrant community members, Black and Brown people who live in Manchester. And in talking about, I'm not an expert in substance use disorder, I'm not an expert in the criminal legal system, but what I am is a community member who has seen what poverty, lack of access to healthcare, lack of access to substance use treatment, and lack of access to basic supports that are so often not available through the state or the city has done and continues to do and devastate my community. I'm a community member who knows that in order for us to address these longstanding issues, we have to create programs, initiatives, structures in order to support people and be able to address a lot of the root causes that forces people into the criminal legal system and to go over and to reoffend over and over and over again. And so I understand that, that there is concern about people who are reoffending and that people go out on bail and then they come, they do the wrong thing, they make the wrong choices, and then they have to be picked up again. And there is serious safety issues in New Hampshire. There's serious safety issues in Manchester. In fact, Manchester has the poorest census tract in the country, and we see the effects of it. I see the effects of it in the children that I attend to in our after-school program. I see it in the families that we work with every day. I see it in the youth that come to us struggling to find a place where they can land and where they can get the supports that they need. And so I ask that if we have these ongoing issues, and there is a downward cycle, there's been a downward trend of crime, but there's also been and there's lots of reasons where part of that has been happening. And I would like to think that part of the reason why that has been going down is also because of the work that community organizations like mine have been doing in the community. And the reality is that the ways that criminal law is enforced on Black and Brown people is disproportionate to the rate of people, Black and Brown people who live in the state. We know, and the data has shown, and as my colleague has spoken of, that jail time does not, in fact, address the root problems that cause people to offend over and over and over again. And so I ask this committee both to consider the fact that as we're looking to address the very real issues of safety, community safety, and the need to address recurring offenders, that we see this with the complexity and the care that's needed to understand that when we're talking about these things, we're talking about a very complex problem that requires complex solutions. And the reality is that this bill in particular would devastate my community. It would devastate Black and Brown and low-income people in New Hampshire, and especially in Manchester, which again, I will emphasize, has the poorest census tract in the country, right in the heart of the city. And so I know great minds are coming together to figure out what to do, how to address these issues, but this is not it. HB 1476 is not it. Mandating pretrial
pretrial detention is not going to solve these problems. It's not going to mitigate reoffense. What it is going to do is that it's going to ensure that those who cannot afford bail, those who are stuck in a cycle of not being able to get the supports that they need, are going to continue not being able to get the supports that they need. And as my colleague said, jail and incarceration does not release people who are then rehabilitated and ready to take on their lives and do what they need to do in order to care for themselves and their families. And so I really just wanted to sit here and share this with you all as a fellow Granite Stater, as a Black woman, and that I understand that there is a need to address these problems, that there is a need to focus our efforts and our solutions on what we can do. But the ways that this bill will impact people, the ways that this bill will impact in particular Black Granite Staters is, I think, something that this committee needs to seriously consider and say no to. Because what we need to do, the ways that we can solve this, sorry, I'm getting a little bit emotional. The ways that we can solve this is by getting to the root causes of the problems that need to be solved. And so I ask that the committee oppose HB 1476 and not pass it. Thank you. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Go ahead, Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for your testimony today. You know, I hear this often, and I was wondering maybe you could explain it to me. How would this affect the Black community more than the entire community? What's the difference?
So I'm saying that it would affect the Black community disproportionately. So if you look at the numbers in terms of the proportion of the Black people in the population of New Hampshire, and the rate at which we get criminalized, the rate at which we get incarcerated, the rate at which we get charged for crimes, it is disproportionate to our numbers in the population. So if you compare that to white communities, Hispanic communities, and there are disproportionate impacts on other brown communities as well. So it's not that it would impact us to the point where like no one else gets impacted. But if you take the numbers and you compare it to the proportion of people who are getting impacted to the proportion of people in the population, it is in fact disproportionate.
Do you have those numbers?
I believe that my colleague from the ACLU does have those numbers, and they're included in the talking points that were passed out to the committee. And if not, I'd be happy to email them to the committee.
So do you think it's not so much racism as it is the fact that you live in a city? So my roots come from Charlestown. The kids played out in the front in the streets, so they're doing things that just happen to be in front of the police more. If you were selling marijuana, buying, using, which probably happens in the same proportion in a suburb, you're just not going to get seen. So
absolutely.
So I'm thinking it's more of poverty, more of an education thing. You're poor, you live in a smaller house, there's nowhere to go play except you play in your stoop in the front yard. You're in the streets, you're playing at the playground. You're just more apt to be seen by the police doing the same thing. So I'm not thinking it's so racist as it is the circumstance of where you live.
So I hear what you're saying. I would say yes, but. And the reason I would say that is because, Manchester is very diverse. It's the most diverse city in New Hampshire. And yes, a lot of our Black and brown community members live in the center of the city. That is where, the majority of police patrols happen. That's where, our local jail is situated. And so in terms of like that those activities happening in front of the police, because it's just where people happen to live, yes, that is in fact a part of it. But I think it's also because the data does show, again, because of the proportion of Black community members in the population and the rate at which we're experiencing the same charges and incarceration, when you compare that to the same rate of usage, of course, the rate usage across races is pretty steady. It's pretty similar. But then when you see, then what are the consequences of usage? The consequences are disproportionate.
So just a quick follow-up. So again, sticking with my city theme, inside like Manchester, are the proportion of arrests minority to white higher? I understand statewide, and I'm thinking it's because no one's getting arrested for doing the same thing because you're not seen. In the city where there's like say 15, 20% minority, 80%, are you still disproportionately arrested 6 times the amount?
So I
in the
don't know the
city?
exact amount, but I'd be happy to supply those
Yeah,
numbers to
I'm
the
curious to
committee.
know if in the city itself,
Yes.
if it's proportionally the same, disproportionate.
There
arrest.
is
Okay.
disproportionate impact on Black
Okay,
and brown
in the
communities.
city itself.
In the
Thank
city
you.
itself, yes.
You were great. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Buzz Shear, if you're still here, Buzz. Thank you for your patience.
I thank the committee for going long enough that I could finish teaching my class and come back. My name is Buzz Shear. I am a recently elected police commissioner in Portsmouth and a UNH law professor. The opinions I express today are only mine. They're not those of the Portsmouth Police Commission or UNH law or UNH proper. I'll try and be uncharacteristically brief to address a couple issues. Number one, I don't think anyone claims that bail reform is the cause for the drop in the crime rate. I think that's just not the case. But what we know is whatever the previous, even assuming the trend was downward before bail reform was passed in 2018, we know that bail reform did not let loose a bunch of wild crime-causing people, and therefore the crime rate stopped going down or went up after bail reform. There's no evidence in that sense. It's only one measure, but there's no evidence that bail reform had any effect, a negative effect on public safety. Point number one. Point number two, we do know without question that bail reform had a dramatic effect on the rate of pretrial incarceration. I did a brief comparison of the people in Hillsborough County Jail, Valley Street as it's known, being held pretrial on bail less than $1,000, which generally speaking, a bail of less than $1,000, a person is not being held because they're a public safety risk. They're just being held because, we're going to set some bail. And there were over 170 people in October 1st of 2017, 2018, before bail reform went in effect, being held at Valley Street Jail. A year later, on the same date, there were 7 people being held. And they ended up closing, repurposing a wing of Valley Street Jail for other purposes because of the reduction. So there has been some cost saving. Every superintendent I've talked to has said there's been a de-incarceration effect pre-trial of individuals, and then in the long term saving counties money. Number 3, I disagree. In spite of Mr. Ender's wonderful law school education, I disagree with what he said about there being no extra hearings. There will be extra hearings because currently, if somebody is charged, is arrested for a misdemeanor after being out on bail on a misdemeanor on PR bail, this mandates that person be held for 36 hours instead of the bail commissioners setting bail in an amount they can make or letting them out again on PR bail. So every single person who is charged with a crime after they're already out gets a hearing. And that's just not true. The people who were charged before and got PR bail from the bail commissioner, they get arraigned, but somewhere down the line. But all of a sudden, all these people need to get hearings within 36 hours, putting weekends and holidays aside. The original purpose of bail reform that everybody in the legislature agreed with is we don't want to put people in jail pre-trial just because they are poor. Everybody agreed on that. The problem with this particular formulation of bail, this new formulation in this statute, is that people charged with misdemeanors, Class A or Class B misdemeanors, will get a hearing, and what's not been talked about much today that I recall is the last sentence of this bill says, at that hearing, the judge cannot grant PR bail, personal recognizance bail. That means what the judge will do is will set bail in a cash amount, and those same people who were charged with Class A, Class B misdemeanors who were getting cash bail set before bail reform, they'll now get bail set again in 100, 200, 500, and they'll be back in jail. And this undermines, in that level, with this group of people, particularly the misdemeanor, people charged with A and B misdemeanors, it sends us back to incarcerating people pre-trial just because they're poor. And that, so to be blunt, I think there's a very simple solution to this that I think most everyone might agree on. I'll come to 294, SB 294 in a minute, but if you change this bill to only apply people who we're truly concerned about in terms of bail and bail reform, that is, those who are dangerous, who are committing serious crimes, if you change this bill to apply only to those charged with homicide, first-degree assault, second-degree assault, and felony sexual assault, that would cure the huge majority of the problems people are expressing with this bill that relate to the inclusion of Class A misdemeanors and Class B misdemeanors. It's a very simple amendment, and I think it would be supported by virtually everybody. Now, to talk, why not SB 294, which does something similar? SB 294 does a lot of other things in addition to what this bill tries to. And so I think, number one, SB 92 has other issues that it ran up against in a serious way in the House in January. The predecessor of SB 294 is SB 92, which the Senate passed. It got laid over until this session from last session. It was tabled in the House rather than adopting it, in large part because it had a host of issues that cause concern to people. So though it is tempting to say, let's just deal with this with SB 294, I think that would be a mistake. There's a nice, simple, clear amendment here that I think would resolve things.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney Scher. Go ahead, Senator. Oh, really? Okay. Senator Khan.
Thank you. Mr. Scher, is that an amendment that you're prepared to provide us?
I can. I can write it up and send it to the committee by this evening.
That sounds simple. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on 1476? Len Harden?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't check off the speaking part. That's okay. Okay. So if you can, as brief as you can without repeating
Absolutely.
anything.
I'm not going to repeat anything.
You get no notes, so I'm liking you already.
My name is Len Harden, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me. I apologize for not checking the box off properly. Briefly, what I wanted to do is kind of just to introduce myself. I've been a defense lawyer for 28 years. I've largely I've only represented people in the northern half of the state during that time, so I'm primarily based in Coos County, Grafton. I've also worked as a contract lawyer when there wasn't a public defender before, and so I'm very familiar with indigent defense. I continue to take a large number of assigned counsel cases to help with that problem that we're having throughout the state. I certainly have my thoughts are, and I'm also on the board, the same board that Melissa Davis is on for the New Hampshire Association of Criminal Defense. We would ask and urge the court to not to allow the amendment to the bail statute for many of the same reasons that Melissa just commented on. But I thought it was important to talk a little bit about the pragmatic aspects of what it is to be incarcerated. As a defense lawyer, I frequently have had people who are incarcerated, and it makes contacts with the family harder. So it's important to understand from a grassroots fundamental basis the difficulty of not only being in touch, having connections to the community, accessing resources, doing anything with your defense lawyer, even to the point of planning, finding witnesses. When we lose our freedom, we lose our cell phone. We don't have the numbers. I'm sure that if you and I or anyone were incarcerated and separated from our cell phone, we probably don't know how to call anyone. Or if we do, we have 1 or 2 numbers that we might memorize. So you are completely disempowered when you are placed in jail. The committee allowing me to address it, but if there are questions from a pragmatic point of view about defense work, and I certainly would agree with Mr. Head's earlier comments about the timing. My personal experience is that the court backlog is anywhere between 4 to 6 months from the time of an arrest to a trial. I would agree with those numbers that he cited. I also very briefly would say that I do think that, as the ACLU and other people have talked, I do think there is a disproportionate racial impact. And in the section of the state that I'm in, I think that we probably have the least diverse population. And I anecdotally can certainly say that I think I have personally witnessed more arrests of people of color. So any questions, I'm happy to address them.
So the last speaker, Attorney Scheer, if in his proposed amendment, if we had changed it to, I think he had first, second degree assault, limited it to that scope.
I'm less willing to amend it. I think Attorney Davis pointed out that there are remedies currently that we have. So that you can file for a breach of bail, you can revoke bail, you can revoke probation. Those remedies already exist. If somebody's dangerous, they will be detained. I think we're trying to fix a problem that's honestly not worthy of fixing. I think the solution already exists. We don't have a problem I think it makes this bill better.
Okay.
But I don't believe that, I would still urge the committee not to support that bill. I think what we have works.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Does anyone else wish to testify? No? End of 1476. We're almost there. We're going to take 5 minutes. Is that okay, Jenny? Jenny, 5 minutes. We'll take 5 minutes. Thank you. Besides vodka. Sounds good.
Good, how you doing? Staying in control?
Guess I gotta be more careful with my word choice. Remind me of that. Always. I know that. I should know better. Jeez, yeah, I'll follow French's lead. Go ahead, Representative. Great to see you. Welcome to Senate Judiciary.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Representative Terry Roy. I represent the towns of Candecke, Deerfield, Northwood, and Nottingham. I'm happy and pleased to introduce today HB 1360 for your consideration. This bill, in various forms, has been before us many years going, and this is a little bit different than we've seen before. What we try to do here is we're trying to several things at once. There's a nationwide effort to recognize that criminalizing users and making felons out of them is counterproductive to the overall goal of lowering the drug problem in the country. For many years, we've been very hard and it hasn't really gotten us anywhere. So this bill would make the first offense for simple possession of a drug a misdemeanor, and I left it as a simple misdemeanor. That way it would be up to the local control of the district attorneys to decide whether or not they wanted to do a Class A or Class B misdemeanor, depending on the record of the person involved and the circumstances. And then it would make a second subsequent offense a Class B felony. So I'd like to, for our minutes, discuss what that means for as far as a felony goes. Our criminal justice system is in the business of making felons, and business is booming. And the effects of that are so far-reaching that a lot of us don't understand or think about it. Once someone gets that first felony conviction, it puts them on a separate life path than the rest of us. We have, in this country, as in this state as well, we have two paths that people go down. We have the path that most of us are on, where we're wondering where we're going to go on vacation. We're looking at our 401ks. We're thinking about our kids' college fund. And then there's another path where people are thinking what they're going to do tomorrow, what they're going to do next week. Some folks living in the moment, some folks living in the future and planning. And what's the reason for that? Part of the reason, I would argue, is that once you become a felon, your life is doomed to a certain path. Job opportunities are close to you. Sometimes you can't even get a passport to travel on vacation if you're a felon. It's in some states you can't get welfare or state assistance if you're a felon. The ramifications of being a felon go on and on. You could go on for hours. So what we're trying to do is give them just one more opportunity to get some help before they get that permanent stigma on their record that they cannot shake. If a person is convicted of a felony in New Hampshire, no matter where they go in the country, they're still a felon. And so they can say, you know what, I need to get away from these folks I'm hanging around with. It's got me in trouble. I'm going to go for a fresh start. I'm going to move to Arizona or California. It doesn't matter. That felony follows you. Now, I understand concerns from law enforcement that this also applies to fentanyl, and I would be happy, more than happy, to work with the committee and anyone from law enforcement who would like to tweak that if they found it necessary. Although it does currently, the possession amount, I believe, is 3 grams or less for fentanyl, or I think it's 3 grams, which is already almost at a personal use level. Fentanyl is extremely deadly, and just several grains can kill people. So it's our statutes as they are quite confusing, and I think we really at some point need to look at the entirety of our drug statutes. Having said that, I would be happy to work on that. But I think the overarching idea is that we have to stop making felons out of people for their first offense use of drugs. And there's very few people in the House, I would argue, that are more hard on crime than I am or pro-law enforcement. But at the same time, we have to look at the whole of society and the cost to society of making these folks felons. When you look and you drive through a Dunkin' Donuts and you see people, healthy-looking young men, 35 years old, serving you coffee, you got to wonder, well, why are they limited to this kind of a job field? A lot of them, it's because they're felons and they can't get jobs anywhere else. So when we're locking people out of that job market and other opportunities in their life because they're felons, we're hurting all of us, not just them. So having said that, I'd be open to any questions.
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. In the context of the last bill, we talked a lot about why people are offending, and we talked about the importance of getting folks the supports they need so they don't offend. And so I'm wondering how you see this bill helping the situation of getting folks the treatment they need.
Thank you, Senator. So first, this doesn't necessarily address any type of program or assistance for people, and mainly because that's a fiscal issue. I mean, who's going to pay for it? Currently, I believe through the probation departments and the courts, people are assigned to drug rehabilitation and things of this nature as conditions of their probation and parole, and how that's paid for is above my pay grade at the moment. But having said that, I would agree that we do need to allocate more money for mental health and substance abuse going forward in our budgetary system. But right now, giving someone the opportunity, if in other words, a second chance instead of being a felon, you got one more chance. Avail yourself of these opportunities, because the next time you're a felon, I think is important. But I hope that.
A follow-up?
Yes.
Sorry. And do you think that, reducing, for first possession, reducing the charge would give people the opportunity to seek treatment?
I believe it would. There's a certain element of hopelessness that happens once you become a felon. There's no unringing that bell. Once you're a felon, what's the point? When you still have an opportunity and you've been brought into the criminal justice system and you realize, wow, this is serious, and you see where you could go and you see the opportunities that are presented to you, at least you have that one chance. As it is now, you could be 19 years old, picked up, you're with some friends, you have a little bit of cocaine or a little bit of something else, and you're now a felon the rest of your life. You can't join the military, you can't become a doctor, you can't become a lawyer, you could be in med school, and you're all done because those fields require licensing, and a lot of those licenses prohibit felons. Working with children, you can't volunteer. The list goes on for the ramifications.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this bill. I just want to be very clear. This is just for simple possession, and that's all it covers, correct?
That is correct. It's designed simple possession. Now, my friends in law enforcement will testify. I anticipate that that can get very precarious defining simple possession, because fentanyl is so lethal in the tiniest amounts, which is why I said I'd be more than pleased to work with them and any member of the committee if you wanted to make an amendment to fine tune it. As I said at my opening, just reading the laws to write this law they're very confusing the way our statutes are written, because they were put together over a series of years. As different drugs would pop up, we had to adjust them, and they've become kind of, so I think that we need to take a look at that in the future. But this is just for simple first-time possession.
Thank you.
I'll take a stab. Quick question. So, and I probably led a sheltered, straight arrow life. I wanted to be an attorney when I was 6 years old. I thought about the FBI and these things, and I knew if I did anything wrong, I was going to have to go under a lie detector test, so I never did anything wrong. I avoided marijuana, probably would have tried it if I thought it, and maybe if I would have went on to try other things. To me, there was a right and there was a wrong, and there's a deterrent, and you have to spell it out early and often, and maybe I'm too old school. Do you see that if you have this, geez, I get a strike, I can take a chance? Are you not encouraging someone like me to take a chance because I'll get one strike now?
You and I are having the same conversation I just had a little while ago with my 17-year-old son.
Okay.
If you want to be in the FBI or you want to be in law enforcement, you will have to take a polygraph, and it's not necessarily whether you were convicted or not, it's whether you ever used it. And I tell him, I said, listen, because he wants to go to law school, if you would like to work for the Department of Justice, you better not even try it. Regardless, you get arrested. You take a polygraph and you fail it, or even if you tell the truth on it, you're done. So you're limiting yourself. And to the greater question, I think you and I had good parents probably, and we did know that you don't do this. But there's some folks out there that just don't get through to their kids, or their kids end up with the wrong kids, and peer pressure can be enormous at that age. So I think that.
Thank you, Representative. Good answer. Thank you.
One question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Am I talking too much? I mean.
Thank you. Just one last question. I'm not really sure, but so right now I'm 65 years old, and over the years I have had, my younger years, I've had friends that have used heroin, cocaine, everything on this list. If they were ever caught with that, would they be convicted as felons at this point in their lives? because they never were, and a lot of them are attorneys and doctors right now.
Yes, had they been arrested now with those in their possession and convicted, they would be felons.
Okay, thank you.
Regardless of the amount.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Officer William Bright. Thank you for your patience at this late hour.
Yeah, thank you for hearing my testimony. For the record, my name is Bill Bright. I am a lieutenant with the New Hampshire State Police. I'm currently in charge of the Narcotics Investigation Unit. The state police are concerned with this bill are some of the things that Representative Roy mentioned. It covers basically all drugs to include heroin, fentanyl, methamphetamine. There are some things that lay out in the statute, amounts that would constitute possession with intent and enhanced penalties and things like that. The amounts are a little concerning to consider them as a misdemeanor, in our opinion. 5 grams of heroin and fentanyl. I believe it's somewhere several ounces of methamphetamine would be. So because of those reasons, it really kind of, a possession amount is hard to define in that context. So those amounts of those drugs can still be distributed to other people and be a problem for our communities. In addition to that, the fact that these crimes are felonies now leaves room for negotiation with prosecutors and how those penalties will be presented and charged to the court.
That was fast. I'm not used to that. Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead, Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a really confusing statute. So do you read it that you're guilty of a felony unless it's excluded in this statute?
Unless it's excluded in the statute to be a misdemeanor? As the way the bill is presented and written?
No, I mean in the current statute.
In the current statute?
In the current statute.
The scheduled drugs that are laid out in the statute now, it's a felony to possess those drugs.
Which is everything on Schedule 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's correct.
Above any kind of limits that are excluded from that penalty.
Yes, I believe so.
And do you think that, I mean, given that you just said courts have the discretion of charging you at that level or something less than that, if they, I mean, they can sentence you at one of those or.
Yeah, negotiations with, the totality of the circumstances, whatever somebody has been, the situation that they're in at the time.
So, I mean, that kind of wild variation that seems like what Representative Roy is bringing forward is something that says, let's set a floor and not a ceiling.
Yes, and we are very, I mean, I understand the concern with the first time in felony charges, as well as problems with addiction and people that go down that path and the struggles that are there. In addition to what I testified to as well, without some sort of mandatory treatment to go along with, to perhaps reduce the penalties or reduce, the severity of the charge, something along those lines, we would just like to see a little bit more added to that.
Along the lines of what he recommended?
Yes. The way that it's written now does not include any sort of mandatory treatment or anything along those lines right now.
So in addition to excluding a certain drug like fentanyl from this more minimal charge, you think that treatment should also be included in this?
I think it would be a good idea, but I don't typically write bills to.
It usually is our goal to try to get it right if we're going to do it. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So I think what Senator Khan is getting at, and forgive me if it's inaccurate, but sort of this notion of discretion that's already built in. So, this bill before us is setting the floor as he described. But if there are other circumstances are involved, like if it's fentanyl, if there are other situations involved, can you provide some information about the discretion that's sort of already built in terms of the charge?
Well, as it stands now, I don't believe that there are a lot of first-time offenders that are being charged to the full extent of those felony charges. So there's some discretion in there and how that is charged and how it is sentenced, how it is negotiated in court to be pled down to other charges and things like that.
Follow? No? Okay. Go ahead, Senator French.
Thank you for your testimony today. Just to follow up on those plea bargains, aren't those used for a tool oftentimes for getting a pleading of guilty where maybe they weren't guilty and they just don't want to suffer the higher penalties if they don't make a plea?
I don't know what they are, how that typically plays out in everybody's situation.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question?
Sure.
From me. People, so we're talking beyond marijuana now. Would you say people who are using these harder drugs that we're going to reduce a sentence to on a first time, have they already been into the world of drugs on a lighter scale? Do they start with marijuana? Or am I living in the past thinking that you graduate from drinking to marijuana to other drugs?
I don't know everybody's situation, so I can't really speak to that.
Thank you. We're good. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Brian, no, John Bronski. Chief. How you doing today, Chief?
Pretty well, thank you.
Good.
Thank you so much for giving the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police an opportunity to weigh in on this important bill. The Chiefs Association are opposed to this bill as it's written. Essentially, in a common sense term, this bill takes an axe to what really calls for a scalpel to address the issues here. By summarily reducing what would normally be a felony B crime for possession of drugs and quantities in 318 that are actually distribution level quantities of drugs that kill people, 417 in New Hampshire last year, is not the approach that we need to take given the public health and public safety crisis that is confronting the Granite State today and it has been since about 2011. The important element which my esteemed colleague briefly spoke to just a few moments ago revolves around the deterrent effect that having a Class B felony hanging over a particular defendant that induces that individual to, not in all cases unfortunately, but we hope that it induces these defendants to follow the prescription that's oftentimes entered into an arrangement by way of a plea between the defense and county attorney or attorney general's office that leads to something less than a conviction for a felony. So this bill discounts the fact that in many, many cases, and I see dispositions from Hillsborough County Attorney's Office in which defendants are charged with possession of controlled substances that would be a felony, but oftentimes those charges are non-prost or no-prost in favor of a different plea arrangement. And oftentimes the fact that there is this particular crime that is potentially affecting a particular defendant leads to, as I think the members of the committee just heard, that results in a plea of and treatment and bail conditions and a suspended sentence on something less than a felony conviction crime. But again, what leads to that is the notion that there are consequences that were spoken to by the sponsor of the bill, which the criminal justice system is founded upon, which is consequences for bad behavior. That's the laws that you write. And we hope that in a utopian world, people follow the law, and if they don't, that the consequences that are there induce people into a better behavior. And in this case, the deterrent value of having a Class B felony is very important, because taking that away hamstrings the county prosecutor, hamstrings the judges, and of course today, people are being diverted every single day into drug court and into treatment without a felony conviction. So again, and just briefly, this particular change is using an axe where in fact a scalpel could be used. And I don't disagree that perhaps further amendments taking a look at quantities and certain illicit controlled drugs that could be carved out for a Class A misdemeanor charge based on the reality of what we see in the community might be better amendments.
You mentioned drug courts, and I should know more about them. I have a great county attorney in my area, Pat Conway, and I should know more about her program, which I think she was one of the ones who started early. Is that just for under 18? Is that for everybody?
That's for everybody. So, yeah, it's adults as well, and primarily adults from what I see.
Okay, and you were saying that right now, a judge or she could decide that this person's amicable to that type of treatment, and they could send them there on a first trial. And so then with that drug court option, and they have a lesser charge then as long as they complete it, right?
Correct.
And doesn't the drug court really make this bill unnecessary?
I think there are elements in the way that the criminal justice system currently works that makes this bill unnecessary. But again, the bill removes an important lever that allows the drug court and other arrangements that induces people into treatment and to stay in treatment and to stay drug-free is important, because those sentences are looming in the future if they don't follow the conditions that have been agreed to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I hear your concern about this notion of using an axe where a scalpel is necessary, and it does sound like the sponsor is willing to work on that issue, and hopefully, all parties can come back to the committee with, something that's more tailored. I am interested, though, and a little concerned about this idea of legislating to allow pleas to happen, right? And so, because I think there's a disincentive there to make everything a felony, right? So you can, engage in this bargaining process to get the necessary plea. So I am concerned with that. And, there are other issues I think that we need to address, but would you agree that sort of legislating based on the ability to plea bargain maybe isn't the best course for the legislature?
Well, I would disagree, because in the practical sense of how the criminal justice system works, it's founded based on consequences and deterrent value, right? And I know from 43 years of experience in law enforcement that oftentimes defendants know better the consequences of what they face than the police officers that are arresting them. They know, for example, on the federal side, what the sentencing guidelines are for possession and distribution of certain quantities, and they intentionally amend what they carry or what they transport or what they sell to stay below those minimum sentencing guidelines. And there's ample anecdotal evidence here that would indicate that out-of-state drug distributors are fully aware of what the laws are here in the state of New Hampshire that tend to be more serious in terms of consequences that they are in their home state, and they consequently make decisions as to whether or not they're going to operate or use intermediaries to bring drugs and to sell drugs, controlled substances in the state of New Hampshire, as opposed to, let's say, a bordering state. So I disagree with the fact that felony crime is not a useful tool because it, in fact, does induce and allows the system to work, I think, more efficiently and effectively. The more cases that are adjudicated by way of a plea arrangement that serves the defendant and society both outside of a court and a jury and a trial, I think are more efficient and effective way of administering the criminal justice system anywhere in the country.
Follow-up? Yeah, and I definitely see your point, and I appreciate you pointing out that nuance with dealers and folks that are coming across, our state borders. We know that that's an issue, right? And we've heard that. So I see that point, certainly, with that level of crime. But I just don't see that, I don't see the same analog when we're talking about possession. And so that was sort of where my question was. When we're talking about simple possession, first-time possession, I don't see that, policy reason being strong enough to sort of, have a felony here when we're just helping the plea process. I see it as you're describing for those larger crimes and for those cross-border issues and for, those amounts that are clearly because the person is dealing. But I just, I'm wondering if you see that nuance with the possession.
I see the nuance, but it revolves around the notion of what possession versus distribution really is. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, this bill includes quantities of Schedule 1 and 2 controlled substances that we all consider in law enforcement to be distribution quantities. And that's why this is an axe where a scalpel is needed. If we have a greater and wider discussion about quantities of certain controlled substances that could be certainly limited to first time or simple possession, what in fact is possession as opposed to a distribution quantity. 4 or 5 grams of heroin is well beyond simple possession. It's well beyond the first time offense. It's a distribution level quantity for that type of drug. As well as several grams of methamphetamine. So if we're going to talk about changing the dynamic of sentencing structure for possession, then we need to get rid of the axe and take the scalpel out and carve out what really truly should be considered possessory quantities.
Last follow-up. So, and I hear that too, and I think this is very helpful to sort of digging down to the nut of what this bill is trying to do. Because, as you're describing, if it's a situation where there's a certain amount of quality, a quantity of a certain amount of drug, this bill doesn't take away the discretion of the prosecutor's discretion about what to charge, right?
This bill takes away the opportunity to charge a felony for those quantities of drugs. So if we were going to talk about amendments, then we need to talk about possessory quantities as opposed to simply removing a felony charge for quantities of drugs that under 318 are in fact distribution level quantity and not possessory quantity.
Follow up, yeah, thanks. So that's exactly what I need to learn more about is this notion of if what you're saying is that if regardless of the amount, regardless of the drug, there isn't a discretion about what to charge. So if it is a certain, couldn't it be that, that's my question.
Okay, let me see if I can answer one of the two questions.
What I'm trying to get at is the prosecutors or whoever's the discretion about the charge to bring. So in this bill, we're talking about simple possession, right, for the charge, right? And so what I'm trying to get at is, that even with this bill, the prosecutor does have the discretion to bring a different charge that would carry a felony. You see what I'm saying?
Well, certainly, the prosecutor has wide latitude in charging any crime or null processing any crime. And in reality, this bill isn't necessary because prosecutors retain that wide latitude to downcharge or null pros what the prosecutor considers to be a possessory use charge in favor of another charge that would induce an arrangement by which the defendant and society comes to an agreement that produces the best outcome for the defendant.
Quick question for me, then you'll get it, Con. Possessory amounts of fentanyl or carfentanil, isn't it like unbelievably small amounts can kill someone?
Yes.
So it would be almost impossible to distinguish between a possessory amount and a sale amount, right? It's only drops of sand size, right? Could kill you.
Certainly, there's a few grains of fentanyl. Carfentanil is the veterinarian option, which is 100 times greater than fentanyl. Could kill someone that sits on the head of a penny, if it's in fact truly fentanyl. And given the fact that fentanyl is largely responsible for the 417 deaths, overdose deaths in the state of New Hampshire last year, and 416 the year before, and 470 the year before that, I would argue that fentanyl and its analogs should be excluded from any type of law that would not charge a felony crime if we want to send the message to people that are possessing it for sale or use that this is not behavior that society wants people to engage in.
Picked up one word from you today, consequences. I'll use it often. Thank you. Go ahead, Senator Khan.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chief, for again appearing with us. 318B26, it does try to separate certainly sale and distribution from possession, so that not to confuse that this amendment doesn't do anything to that section of this chapter.
And I would argue that that's why it's inexpedient to legislate, simply because there are options within 318B today that allow prosecutors a wide latitude to downcharge quantities of drugs within the contextual nature of that particular action by the defendant that allows for the proper charge, which happens every day. I see those charges and dispositions from the county all the time. So again, this is taking, a sledgehammer to where a tack hammer really is needed.
And if I could continue, I think your analogy is perfect. I like it, the sledgehammer and the scalpel. But nonetheless, this section that's trying to be amended, maybe practice needs to, our statutes need to catch up with practice. Maybe that's the issue. But there's no question here that what we're trying to amend in this section is that you shall be guilty of a Class B felony. It says that.
It does say that, and it says that for a reason, because again, I go back to, I believe, what the original legislative intent was when 318B2A was written, and that is to A, create a deterrent effect with people that may be contemplating possession of quantities of illicit drugs, and B, to charge a felony that would allow prosecutors and defense attorneys an opportunity to come to an agreement, as well as induce people, defendants that are facing a felony charge, to follow what has been prescribed in an agreement, lest they be then charged later on with that felony crime.
Thank you. I think this is a very difficult one for us to work on.
Do many, in your experience, have you found that many drug addicts supply their habit through dealing? Is that a common way? And so then users become dealers and it becomes synonymous with one. Have you found that to be the case, that people who use commonly sell to their friends?
That's not uncommon, certainly. Yeah, I think what we need to be concerned about, and I think that there's ample evidence and experience, certainly just in this room, with blue suit police officers that can easily define and carve out quantities that would be construed by everyone on both sides of the issue to be truly possessory quantities that allow for some degree of latitude when charging. But 318B and some of the elements that exist are, I think, antiquated, and I think the entire statute could probably use some substantial work.
Thank you, Chief. I think we're all set.
Okay.
Thanks for your testimony. Frank Knack, come on down. Normal thing. You don't need to read anything. You're a good attorney. You can just wing it. It'll be quicker. And anything we've heard, you don't have to read.
I will not play repeater. Thank you.
Normal stuff.
Mr.
Normal
Chairman,
instructions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Frank Knack. I'm the policy director with the ACLU of New Hampshire, here in strong support of HB 1360. So what's not included on my fact sheet, but just listening to the testimony just now, I wanted to focus my testimony on is this notion of deterrent effect and this belief that somehow the war on drugs is deterring drug use. So we are now in June going to be marking 52 years of the war on drugs in our country. And we can tell from the data, which is quite clear, that criminalizing drug use, and particularly possession and people with substance use disorders, is an ineffective solution to making our communities safer and to mitigating the harms of drugs in our communities. And again, looking at the quote-unquote deterrent effect, one would think, according to the theory, that states with harsher drug laws would have reduced drug use because people would fear stiffer penalties. And so Pew did a research study back in not a research study, basically looked at research and did a summary study back in 2018 of states with drug laws and drug use rates. And they found that there was no relation between prison terms and harshness of sentencing and drug use. And so this notion that somehow we need to keep keep felony options for people for the mere possession of drugs is again knocked back by any actual data. And again, what we've talked about today and in other hearings is that if we actually want to address the root issues, we really need to focus on substance use treatment programs, things that have been shown through evidence to actually be effective at curbing substance use. And I also want to quickly point out, again, when we're talking about drug policy, we often think that we're talking about, the vast majority of our time as law enforcement is spending on sales and going after the dealers. And so we looked at FBI UCR, Uniform Crime Reporting System, is a great resource for actually looking at arrest numbers per state or nationally. And so we looked at the FBI UCR numbers for drug arrests and drug possession arrests in New Hampshire for the last year of complete data, which is 2020, the last 5 years, and the last 10 years. And what we actually saw, and you'll see it, I won't read it verbatim, is that there's been an increase in the percentage of arrests for drug possession versus drug sale in the last 10 years. We went through from approximately 10 years, looking at the 10-year period of about 80% of all drug arrests being possession, to the most recent full year of 87%. And so our law enforcement, again, are spending the vast majority of their time policing possession, not use, or not sale. And this is a great opportunity for us to actually begin to address the harms of our war on drugs and to actually focus on the solutions that are going to make our communities safer and actually get at the harms that are caused by drug use. So thank you.
Go ahead, Sandwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I'm wondering if you have thoughts on that sort of line of questioning. Senator Khan and I were talking with the chief about the prosecutor's discretion and things like that. Do you have thoughts on that?
So I'm not I mean, I'm not in the courts. I don't know how it works on a day-to-day basis, but I do know that there is a vast amount of discretion. And so the notion that we need to keep this felony option on the table is not serious. You know, that if there's factors that lead to a distribution charge, they can bring that charge. Again, this is just a tool to keep more pressure on someone to plead out, and to, it's not going to have any net public safety benefit.
Quick question. Are you all set? Again, why aren't drug courts that we have now effective enough as a diversion? So if you get arrested for having whatever you have, and one of the county attorneys decides, I think you'd be a good candidate for drug court, you haven't done a lot wrong, I don't think it was really your intent to sell. Why can't that be enough and should charge you, should you complete this program, she'll have a lesser sentence? Why isn't that enough?
Yeah,
Why do we need this?
So I definitely want to be clear that I'm not suggesting that that is not a solution that is available. I think what we are concerned about now is that that's not universal. And so we have the opportunity now for prosecutors to charge people for mere possession with a felony. That does happen, and this is an opportunity for us to remove that from happening. It's completely inappropriate. As the bill sponsor noted, the collateral harms of a felony offense last forever. And so this is an opportunity for us to address that. But I'm not trying to imply that there's other things that are not positive that are happening right now. It's just not universal.
I'm good. You're good? You're good, Senator Khan? Go for it.
Good enough. I see, continue to look at the statute. This section 2 that's trying to be amended is, what's the axe and what's the scalpel here? I mean, have we overshot with the way that section 2 reads? We already have the carve-outs for possession of marijuana and hashish. Large quantities, small quantities, carve-outs for each one. Until we deal with this over-sentencing in 2A, we don't have a statute that holds, only if you're willing to enter into a plea, do you win the prize. And it seems too discretionary to me. Is that what it seems like to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think anything that allows a prosecutor to charge someone with a felony offense for possession, it means that we have too much latitude, and that needs to be reined in.
I just don't,
Thank you, Senator Khan. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to testify on HB 1360? Okay, we're moving on. Last but not least, when Jenny comes back. Is that recorded?
It's the Representative Gordon.
Yep.
Evening.
Man, where are you, man?
Right there.
We are ready. I have that same time.
Bring the court to order.
Come back, man. Come back. Oh, okay.
So Representative Gordon just placed copies of his amendment in the back there if anyone's interested in it.
I hate amendments when they come at the last minute, Ned, but that's okay. Go ahead, Representative. I'm sorry, we'll let Jenny sit down. No, I want you typing away. Thank you for your patience, Representative. It was probably my fault we're at this late hour. But here we are. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ned Gordon. I do represent Grafton County District 9. And I'm bringing before you today House Bill 1597, which I'm the primary sponsor. This bill requires that defendants charged with felony offenses be arraigned in the circuit court and that they be entitled to a probable cause hearing. And this is a subject that might be familiar to you, although I'm not sure that you were here back in 2015. In 2015, the Senate passed Senate Bill 124. And that gave the Superior Court sole jurisdiction over felony cases. That bill was called Felonies First at the time. And that bill provided that all felony arraignments were to be held in the Superior Court. Probable cause hearings were no longer a statutory requirement. Instead of being automatically scheduled and the state having the burden of proof, the defendant was required to ask for a hearing and to show that there was a defect somehow in the charging. And the Superior Court had discretion to grant or deny the request for probable cause hearing. The purpose at the time, the purpose for vertically integrating felony arraignments into the Superior Court was to improve court efficiency. The bill was initiated by the court itself, and to quote them, at the time, they said, quote, "It was to eliminate unnecessary delay and to create better outcomes for victims and defendants," end of quote. And I believe the bill in theory was reasonable, and it was done with the very best of intentions. But despite everyone's good intentions, it does not appear that the program has been successful, at least not as successful as intended. And House Bill 1597 would put felony arraignments back into the circuit court and provide defendants with a right to a probable cause hearing. I might add that this bill came out of my committee in the House Judiciary Committee, with a vote of 21-0, a bipartisan vote, and then was voted on by the full House on the consent calendar with unanimity. When the change happened back in 2016, I was a circuit court judge, and my life became a lot easier. No more arraignments for felonies and their related charges, and no more probable cause hearings, no more preliminary examinations. But my perspective has changed over the years, and particularly as a legislator, because now, as opposed to just being concerned with court efficiency, I'm concerned with how we serve the people of the state. It does not appear to me that the time to resolve felony cases has improved. In fact, it has definitely not improved, nor does it appear that the outcomes are any better, either for defendants or for victims. The arraignment process is similar regardless of what court it's held in. The real big change that was brought about by Felonies First was the effective elimination of probable cause hearings. Those hearings were to be replaced with early case resolution, fashionably called ECR, which is in effect the prosecutor and defense counsel talking to each other early in the process. Early case resolution has been somewhat successful, but has not fulfilled its promise. And in seeking a reason for this, there seems to be a lot of finger pointing, but that does not provide much satisfaction. A major change caused by Felonies First has been the shift from local police to the county attorneys for charging decisions and for plea negotiations. And this has been costly for the counties, who have nearly all had to add additional staff. In addition to in talking to one county attorney, it was said that we don't want to go back to having police departments do arraignments. Early involvement in the county attorney is critically important, and I fully agree with that. But there's no reason why the county attorney cannot be involved in charging decisions and negotiations if arraignments are done in the circuit court. In fact, I'm told that Stratford County was doing early case resolution years before felonies was ever enacted. There's been an extra burden placed on the public defender. That's very important. And because I've heard you discussing that today, the burdens that the public defender system has. It's already overburdened and understaffed. The Judicial Council is currently finding it difficult to obtain representation for felony defendants, and we currently have large numbers of felony defendants who have no appointed counsel. Without probable cause hearing, case volumes continue to grow. And as case lengths grow, that means that each public defender has more cases, and we know we have turnover problems in part because of workload. There is a substantial difference between a probable cause hearing and early case resolution. In the legislature, we all know that we work to deadlines. If we don't have deadlines, we don't get it done. A probable cause hearing has a consequence. A probable cause hearing has a consequence. An early case resolution conference doesn't. It's just a meeting in effect. Prior to the change in felony arraignments, I'm told by the court itself that 11% of the cases were resolved at or before the probable cause hearing, although you may hear from other practitioners that the percentage was much higher. This also affects the relationship between defense counsel and their clients. Because of felonies first, the Superior Court is handling many cases that it would never have handled in the past. Felony cases commonly carry with them misdemeanors and violations, cases that are now disposed of by the Superior Court judges, which used to be handled by the Superior Court. We have a long history in the state of assuring people's rights by holding probable cause hearings. Even if there's no constitutional requirement, if a person is threatened by the state with at least a year in jail, it seems to me that it is fair to require the state to show there's a reasonable basis for bringing the charge. I understand court efficiency, but it should not be at the expense of fairness. Even if we do not reinstate an automatic probable cause hearing, one should be available to all defendants upon demand, and they should not have to prove that there is some defect in the charging before they're entitled to have one. We want our courts to be efficient, but while we promote efficiency, it should not be at the expense of the very purpose the courts exist, and that's to provide justice. When I was in the legislature many years ago, we were approached with what seemed like a reasonable plan. It was to take some jury trials, which were ordinarily held in the Superior Court, and hold them in the district court. The legislation passed, and the court system implemented it. District court rooms around the state were converted to include jury boxes. There were trials held, but clearly it didn't work out because it did not provide the results expected. We reversed course and went back to having all jury trials in the Superior Court, the trial court where they belong. When what seems to be a good idea doesn't work out, we should be able to acknowledge and fix it. And that's the case here, I believe. And as a personal observation, there's a big difference between the cultures in the Superior Court and the Circuit Court. The Circuit Court handles high case volumes, has a hectic pace, and has a get-it-done culture. The Superior Court has a very different culture and a much different pace. It is far more methodical and process-oriented. Circuit Court judges know their communities. They are more able to identify when defendants may be candidates for alternative sentencing or for assignment to specialized courts for veterans issues, mental health court, or substance abuse court. Holding arraignments and probable cause hearings in Circuit Court is more consistent with the cultural differences between the courts. And finally, I'm sure that you will hear that making this change will involve some cost. I find that to be a very interesting argument. When Felonies First was proposed by the courts, the legislature was told by them that there was no additional cost. Now, to reverse it, apparently there is. The Circuit Court did not reduce its budget when the change was made, didn't reduce its staff when the change was made. Most of the circuit courts do not do arraignments routinely, and technology has made them even more efficient. Many of them are done by video. There are more circuit court judges now than there were in 2016 when felonies first was initially implemented. Most probable cause hearings are waived, never heard. There may be a problem regarding staffing, and I acknowledge that there's a problem with regard to staffing, but that problem exists today, regardless of felonies first. The court has the same problem that every other employer does today, and that's hiring people. And it needs to be addressed, and I agree it needs to be addressed, but it needs to be addressed in any event, whether this bill passes or not. And I might add that we do have a unified court system and that funding can be shifted between courts. The only thing that I'll add to that is that I do have an amendment today. The amendment came from the courts, in essence, and it makes some changes just in the wording. The old statutes with regard to probable cause hearings in the circuit court included language like the district court, and it changes it to circuit court as appropriately. And it makes some other changes that brings them up to date because the old statutes were very old. The only substantive change is the effective date. And the original bill carries an effective date of the end of, at the beginning of next year, January 1st. The court has said, because it does have these staffing issues and needs to worry about funding, they would like the effective date extended. So what this amendment does is extend the effective date to July 1st of next year, 2023.
Thank you, Representative. Does anyone have any questions? Senator Khan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, Chairman, Judge, you need one of us to introduce this amendment.
If someone was willing to do that, that would be fine. I just got the court asked me to do it over the weekend, actually, so I just had that prepared in my name just so you would have the format.
So we do not need a senator to bring the legislation forward as an amendment. We can just adopt it as committee language amendment when we accept the bill. So we would just adopt it as a committee amendment under that language.
And the chair knew that, so he didn't bring it up.
Sure.
So we would just move it as a committee amendment. So we don't need to.
Sounds good enough. Does it, and just to be clear, does it replace, it says it replaces all from section 3 forward.
Yep.
So there are some wording changes plus.
They're just wording changes and the effective date.
Okay. Got it.
All set, Senator? Willie?
Yes.
Okay. You were thinking about it.
I was thinking about that. I'll pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Right. And I promise I won't make you wait 2.5 hours when you come to testify before my.
Thank you very much. And take it easy on us.
Richard Head, come on down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Richard Head. I'm the Government Affairs Coordinator for the Judicial Branch. I will be quicker than I was at least last time.
Awesome.
Briefly, I just wanted to speak to the amendment that Representative Gordon brought forward. It was at our request, as he said. I don't need to, but I'm happy to go through those changes that we had made in that if you want. Otherwise, I agree with them. They were largely procedural changes in terms of differences between 2015 and today, and also to ensure, in part, that when the felony was bound over from the circuit court to the Superior Court, the misdemeanors went with them so they don't get split up and we're doing everything in 2 courts. I'm happy to go through each of the changes if you want, but I will refrain from doing that unless asked. The effective date is a substantive request change. It would push it to the end of the budget cycle to be able to address any of the budgetary issues that do arise as a result of this bill. I wasn't planning on it, but given that Representative Gordon did specifically sort of say we don't need resources because everything was the same then as it is now, and we said there was no budget impact, I would disagree with that. There have been substantive changes in the number of judges. So he is correct. We have more full-time judges now than we did then. We have far fewer senior judges. We have far fewer. The judges come judges come in different forms. And we have the full-time, but we don't have the same number of marital masters. We don't have the same number of part-time and per diem judges. We don't have the same number of senior active judges. So the total pool of available judge time is actually down by about a judge and a half since 2015. All that said, doesn't change anything. It just goes to why we're looking to push the effective date. Same thing with staff. We did not reduce staff as a result of felonies first, but we have since 2015 reduced staff for a variety of other reasons. So that would also need to be enhanced again. Just goes to the effective date so that we can get through the budget cycle to ensure that the resources that are needed to implement this will be in place. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, or if you did want me to go through the specific changes in the amendment, I'd be happy to do that.
I think we're good. Awesome. Thank you, Attorney Head.
Thank you.
Lynn Harden, come on down.
Good evening. Yeah, be brief as I can. I know I spoke earlier and I didn't check the box, so I'm glad I finally checked the box correctly. My name is Len Harden. I'm a sole practitioner up in Lancaster. I've been an attorney for almost 30 years, and I do criminal defense. I also am a member of the New Hampshire Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers and on the board, and I'm here speaking on my behalf and on the board's behalf. We support Representative Gordon's proposal to amend felonies first, and I think that to summarize a number of things, some of my colleagues have been here and were not able to stay, so I'd like to share some things that they shared with the prior group. I don't know what they called the other committee that voted 21 to no. So Jim Moyer is personally a mentor of mine, and I know him to have been a lawyer, I think at least 10 years longer than I have. He was here and he's not able to speak with you. And I know that he certainly has talked anecdotally to the other committee, and I can tell you as well anecdotally. In my practice, I started when we did have probable cause hearings and we did have the old system, so to speak, before 2015. And as indicated, our association opposed felonies first. We thought that it was going to be bad for citizens. And the big issue that has come up is that there has been a longer timeline. I believe Attorney Hawks is going to address that and give you some statistics that will verify that the time has actually lengthened from beginning to the end, but I'll leave that for him. Anecdotally, what I'd like to do is just kind of talk to you very briefly about how a case starts and why it is better under a probable cause. And I think the Attorney Gordon or Representative Gordon mentioned that there's a cultural difference in district court and in superior court. There's a cultural difference in the local level. And local prosecutors and local police chiefs know their towns. They know the people and they know them well. And I think that that's really what defines the difference. The assistant county attorney who handles a case under felonies first probably, at least in my area, did not grow up in Coos County or Grafton County. And they probably didn't grow up in the town that they're practicing in. The police chief very likely did, and the local police officer probably did. And they know the people, and they know who is worthy of working out a deal, and deals get made. And so what happens is a person gets charged with hypothetically a felony, and it can be a drug offense, it could be a violent offense, it could be anything. And they get a probable cause hearing, and we get a court date very quickly set up. And then when we go to court, we either have, right away we have a conversation, can I get the police report? Can I see what's going on? And we get the information as a defense and a defendant. And we also have a conversation about, well, what we're going to do about bail. And anecdotally, I would tell you that a high percentage, in my experience, over 50% of the cases that I would deal with in district court would resolve right there and then. And sometimes it was because they knew the defendant and that he was a good person and he just had made a mistake and they want to cut him a deal. And sometimes it was because it was the right thing to do and they want to get the guy into treatment. And there's all these studies that you folks know about that talk about how quick treatment leads to positive results. So, and I think the thing that's hard to wrap your head around is when we're doing these quick resolutions in district court, it really is a cultural shift. They're very fluid. The district court, I'm sure that you folks probably don't go to district court, but I've spent probably 10 years sitting in district court, so I've been able to watch this process. They will have a domestic violence case, and it will be going on for 3 hours, and the prosecutor and I are in the back, and we've resolved the case, and our case will take 3 minutes, and we don't have a probable cause, and we plead to a misdemeanor, and we're done. And that's why there's an efficiency, because the district court will handle, in an hour, 5 cases. In the Superior Court, it's not uncommon to have one jury trial go for a week, and it's just a different beast. So I don't think that the court, when they suggested the change to felonies first, was misleading us. I think that Representative Gordon is correct. It was an experiment. We think that we were right when we said this is an experiment that's going to fail, and I would ask that we support this. I know Attorney Moyer would have been far more articulate than I am to you folks, and I'm sure some of my other colleagues who had intended to be here would also have shared more and stories. But I can certainly tell you that having probable cause hearings, even when we don't resolve the case, helps resolve the case, because the police may take a case to have a probable cause and then they realize that they have problems with their case. And even if they don't realize it, when it gets to the county attorney level, the county attorney will realize it. So probable cause hearings really do make a difference in my experience and in my opinion, and certainly from representing folks that are charged with crimes. And on a personal level, knowing many defendants who have had quick resolutions, and frequently, not infrequently, I've won probable cause hearings. It's hard to imagine, but you can win a probable cause hearing and the state says, we're all set, we're not going to touch this again. I'm happy to answer any questions. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Kate Horgan and County Attorney Patricia Conway. Good to see you both.
Hello, good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kate Horgan. I serve as the Executive Director for the New Hampshire Association of Counties, and with me today is County Attorney Conway from the Rockingham County Attorney's Office. The association is opposed to this bill. We did obviously just get a copy of the amendment, so our testimony will be on the bill as it was introduced in the Senate, but I will let Attorney Conway speak to our concerns about the bill.
Thank you, Kate, and thank you everyone for taking the time to listen to all of us testify with regard to this bill. Just to give you a little bit of my background, I've been prosecuting for a really long time, over 20 years. I started in circuit court, which was district court back in the days, up in Plymouth District Court actually, and then I became an assistant county attorney for about 16 years or so, and I'm in my 4th term as the Rockingham County Attorney. So with regard to the culture, I think the circuit court culture and then the superior court culture, I think I'm familiar with that. I was also around when we did that jury trial project legislation that was referred to today. So I think I have a pretty well-rounded understanding of the criminal justice system. So as county attorneys, our goal is to administer justice to constituents in New Hampshire in the way that is most victim-centered and efficient. If this proposed legislation is accepted, it will be detrimental to the administration of justice to both victims of crimes and defendants. And I'd like to talk a little bit about, and I know we talked about it already, some folks who testified before me, but the process prior to felonies first legislation. So there was an arraignment, someone would be arrested for a felony, those charges would be filed in circuit court, there would be an arraignment, and then a probable cause hearing would be scheduled. Many times, or most times, I think the number is about 88% of people waive probable cause hearings, so most times probable cause hearings never happen. Additionally, with those probable cause hearings come notices, so court notices, so circuit court staff, they have to send out a notice. This is when the probable cause hearing is going to happen. the police department has to subpoena an officer to testify at that probable cause hearing. That can have effects on a police department's overtime budget or the town's overtime budget. Many times in circuit court, when you have a probable cause hearing, as one of my colleagues just stated, you'll be sitting in the back of the courtroom, and right before the PC hearing, probable cause hearing is about to start, you'll reach a resolution, and that's great, but the court staff has already sent out that notice. You already have the police officer sitting there who's getting paid overtime, and all those things that have happened, which is, quite frankly, in my opinion, not efficient for anyone involved in the system. I also want to point out that most police departments, at least in Rockingham County, do not have victim witness advocates. What that means is that when someone is charged with a felony offense, which could be a sexual assault, it could be a domestic violence case, it could be a negligent homicide. What that means is that there is no advocate at that point in time in the circuit court to reach out to victims and their families, to offer them support, to educate them about the system, to make referrals to them for services, whether it's Haven or someone else. County attorney's offices do have victim witness coordinators. I also want to point out to the committee that prior to Felonies First, it was not uncommon for the county attorney's office not to see a case for 90 days after an arrest, all the way up to 6 months after an arrest. Whether the PC hearing was continued or an arraignment was continued, or for whatever reason, we wouldn't see those cases for a long period of time, which again could mean in many circumstances that victims will not have the support that they need for a long period of time. After the law was changed, things had to change, obviously. In the county attorney's office, we set up a secure portal so that our department can simply upload or download information in a secure way to our office without actually having to drive the information to Superior Court. So when Felonies First started, many of the departments were concerned because they thought they were going to have to travel to the Brentwood Superior Court to deliver complaints and affidavits. But we set up a portal where all they have to do is upload it. It's very efficient. If this person, a felony now, if they're arrested and they're held, we see that case within 24 hours. So if someone is arrested tonight, we will have that paperwork tomorrow morning, and the court requires that they are arraigned that day. We see the affidavit, we see the complaints, we may see some police reports, we get the victim information, we assign an advocate to the case right away, and they're able to reach out to that victim, offer them services, offer them support, tell them that there's going to be an arraignment and that he or she can attend if they would like to. Not only can a victim advocate get involved right away, but one of my prosecutors is involved right away, which means that we evaluate the cases sooner rather than later, and it's required. So sometimes the police departments will pick up the phone and call us about a case and ask us, what's your opinion? Should this be a felony or a misdemeanor? But sometimes they don't. The way that the system is set up now, we have more control over the system in terms of charging decisions. Some of my colleagues might think that that's not a good idea. I do think it's a good idea. I think it's a good idea because we can evaluate the case, we can evaluate the person, we can get information. We have a point person from each police department that will give us information about a defendant's background before we make the charging decision, before we head up to court for the arraignment, so we do know who we are dealing with. And if that charge is not based on sufficient facts, or maybe it's clear from us from the affidavit that someone's rights, constitutional rights, were violated and that we do not have a case, we won't charge that person. We simply don't file the complaints and we let the police department know that we'll be no pressing the charges. We can also look at what type of charge is appropriate, again, depending on who we're dealing with, the defendant, and the facts and circumstances in the case. And there are times where we look at it and we may say, you know what, this might be more appropriate as a misdemeanor. This person does not have a criminal history. This is not a serious offense. We think maybe you should keep this case in the circuit court. So it gives us an opportunity to have that conversation. We have those conversations every day with our contacts at the police departments. Not only that, but once we read the affidavit and the complaint, we can get involved in the investigation, which is priceless. Beforehand, although we offered to have meetings with chiefs and detectives every month to talk about cases, some departments are open to that, some departments aren't. But now with the way the system is set up, we can get involved in the investigation. And there's only a really short period of time where you can collect evidence, right? So if we get that case within 24 hours or within a few days, if the person is not incarcerated, we can call the police department and say, hey, did you think about a search warrant for forensic search of the cell phone? Did you think about a search warrant for DNA, which will be gone in 90 days if this was back before felonies first? So we can get involved in that. We can ask them to interview witnesses who, 90 days to 6 months from now, they might have left town. They may not remember. They may not want to get involved at this point. So that's another significant reason why I feel that the current system is better, quite frankly, than what we did in the past. In terms of, I'd like to talk about resolving cases in circuit court. When cases were resolved in circuit court, it's my position that they were being resolved in a way that was not consistent. So you could have a similarly situated defendant in, let's say, Salem, New Hampshire, and then in a different town, let's say, Portsmouth, New Hampshire. They have different judges, circuit court judges. They have different police departments, different prosecutors. And those folks we would see would get completely different sentences for the same type of conduct with the same type of record. So that happened. Once the cases came to our office and we're dealing with all these cases, we could make sure that everyone was treated fairly and consistently. And if we want to have a just society and a just criminal justice system, sentences should be consistent. They shouldn't be different for different people. I understand the point that chiefs may know someone, but again, we have contact with departments every day about these cases that are coming up to our offices. I know that we have high caseloads. I think everybody has talked about that. COVID-19 has not made it any better. Right now, we're in a crisis. I mean, we are dealing with a crisis. The COVID-19 and shutting down the courts, not having jury trials has just led to incredibly high caseloads for prosecutors and defense attorneys and for the court system, for the judges. It's my position that changing the system right now, the procedure, any type of change in protocol is always going to take some sort of learning curve. It's going to take some training. It's going to take some time for people to build up whatever they need in terms of, process, staff, whatever it might be. This is not the time to change what we're doing now. It is not the time to do it because we are in the middle of a crisis. I don't think it's a good idea. I'm not going to think it's a good idea in 2 years or 3 years, but I would ask the committee to consider the timing of this whole thing, given the crisis that we're in right now. In terms of the amount of time it takes for a case to be resolved, I understand that some folks think that when it was in circuit court, it was a quicker turnaround. I don't believe that to be true. And, I can only speak from my experience in Rockingham County. But we do have an early case resolution program. We have a very robust early case resolution program. My two prosecutors who look at all the complaints and the affidavits coming in every day are also my early case resolution prosecutors. I look at the cases coming in every day. I mark the cases that should be resolved because they're usually those cases like straight possession, like shoplifting, maybe some low-level thefts, things like that, things that we know will probably be resolved at some point. Those are marked as early case resolution right away. We work with our clerk in Superior Court to get those scheduled on a faster basis than other cases. And I have 2 prosecutors that deal with those cases. In our public defender's office, the Stratham Public Defender's Office has 2 attorneys who are specially assigned to those cases as well. They're all attorneys that have a lot of experience, that know what a case is worth, so to speak. And we resolve a lot of cases. We resolve about 30 to 40% of our cases through that program in about 90 to 120 days pre-COVID. After COVID, it's been tough. But we're getting there. So in closing, I'd ask that you vote against or that you not support 1597, as it's my position and really the position of 6 other county attorneys, that the bill is detrimental to victims of crime, the citizens of the state, and the administration of justice. And one more thing I'd like to point out is that not only is the system that we have beneficial to victims of crime, but it's beneficial to defendants, because as I mentioned before, it leads to more fair, I think, equal treatment. And not only that, but as Senator Khan, I think, pointed out, sometimes within 24 hours of arrest or within a few days of arrest, there's really a short window of time where people want treatment or they're amenable to it, or we can really make a difference. When we get those cases 24 hours or a few days after the arrest, we can evaluate whether that person would be appropriate for drug court, whether they're appropriate for our veterans track, or whether they're appropriate for mental health court. If we don't get that case 60 to 6 months, 90 days, whatever it is after, we won't have that case. And unless someone from the police department gives us a call, we're not going to know about it. If we have the case, we viewed it, we know it right away, and we can get that person evaluated and hopefully in the program right away. So I think that's it.
We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you both. Senator Khan? You all set?
I don't.
It's my fault.
You shouldn't have done that. But I don't understand. I mean, you have some great processes, it sounds like. And I don't know how that's inconsistent with the goals of having circuit courts have first take on minor offenses.
And I'm sorry, what are you talking about?
I don't know why the processes that you've got in place with your county attorneys would not still work with the circuit court jurisdiction.
Well, I guess my position is, why fix it now if it's not broken? The process that we're using now works. And in circuit court, with regard to our victims, for instance, the reality is most towns don't have victim advocates, especially the small towns. And so they don't have someone to call the victim and to say, hey, there's an arraignment at 9 o'clock today. Would you like to attend? Hey, I understand that you were violently assaulted. Is there anything I can do? Can I direct you to a Haven advocate, someone who you can talk to? Things like that. Many of the towns do not have victim witness advocates. So I think that would be more difficult if we did that in circuit court, just again, because of the lack of resources. I would also point out that when we're dealing with these very sensitive cases like sexual assaults, if a victim is dealing with the same advocate from day one to day whenever we have a jury trial, and that person is able to build a relationship not only with the advocate, but with the prosecutor who is assigned more in a quicker fashion, that's going to lead to better and more just results. So even if the circuit court did have an advocate, it's not going to be the same advocate that they have 60, 90, however many days, months later when the case is transferred to Superior Court. Additionally, I think I had talked about, yes, we can certainly get involved with charging decisions with police departments without the felonies first, but with felonies first, it's built into it. The police department almost can't opt out of it. They have to accept our input because they send the cases to us because we file the charges in Superior Court. The police department doesn't. The police department sends the case to us and the complaints. And we then have a discussion at that point, and it's, whether the department wants to talk with us or not, they sort of have to. But it's a very productive conversation, and I don't want to send a message that I don't have a good relationship with the chiefs in my county. I certainly do, but we're all busy. And so sometimes those conversations that you mean to have, maybe you might not have them, but because of the way the system is set up now, you have to have them. Hopefully that makes sense.
How you doing, Senator?
I'm good.
Okay. You're good? Good to
Thank
go.
you.
Thank you both.
So if anybody wants to reach out to me or call, I'm happy to answer questions. I know some of this stuff, the procedures and the protocol and it's late. You guys have been listening to a lot. So feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to answer any questions. This is an important issue. So I'd ask
Thank
that
you
you
both.
really consider it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Paul Haverson. I swear everyone's getting taller. I'm getting shorter. Have you noticed that? Paul.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Senators. As I lay out my paperwork here, don't be surprised by the amount. It's just so I can have numbers handy that are right in front of me. My name is Paul Halverson. I'm the county attorney from Merrimack County. I'm here to ask you to remove the probable cause process, or reinstate the probable cause process down at the circuit court levels as it was before support of this bill. I've been doing only criminal law since 2000. I was a defense attorney for several years, became a prosecutor in 2003, appeared pretty much solely in circuit court from 2003 until I was elected county attorney in 2020. However, as a defense attorney, I practiced in several superior courts, Merrimack County, I'm sorry, Hillsborough, if I get my counties right here, Belknap County, Grafton County, appeared in Merrimack County, appeared in Carroll County, superior courts, and all of the district courts associated with them. So a good chunk of the state. When I was doing work in the circuit courts, I worked in an office that handled about 20,000 scheduled hearings a year. I have probably done hundreds and hundreds of probable cause hearings. When Felonies First was originally introduced a number of years ago, my understanding was that there was a hope to streamline the process of bringing felonies up to a superior court. What I think has happened, and the numbers bear this out, is that the process has actually created a choke point at the superior court level, which actually slows down all of the cases at the superior court level. I would say that in the original discussion, and I'm sure Mr. Hawks, Attorney Hawks can correct me if I'm wrong with this, I believe there was a request or a discussion regarding a sunset provision to the Felonies First initiative. That was discussed, and my understanding was that if it wasn't working, if Felonies First wasn't working, that the legislature would look at removing it back down to the circuit court levels by probable cause hearings. And I am before you today to say that Felonies First is not working. When we look at resolution of cases, we can look at specific numbers, and I'll paraphrase some of this. I think Attorney Hawks will cover much of this, so I'll keep my comments on the numbers short. When we look at resolution in felony caseloads, in 2015, prior to Felonies First, it was about 20 weeks. I'll leave the right of the decimal point off. When Felonies First started in 2016 for Stratford, Cheshire, and Belknap counties, that 20-week time to resolution rose to 21 weeks, a little over 21 weeks. In 2017, when Felonies First was initiated in the remaining counties on a rolling basis, that rose up to a little over 24 weeks. When Felonies First were fully implemented statewide and there was no more district court activity, that rose to just over 26 weeks, almost 27 weeks. In 2019, that rose to about 27, almost 30 weeks. Now, granted, COVID had an effect, and I'll circle around to these numbers in a couple of minutes. But in 2020, it was up to 38 weeks. In 2021, about 48 weeks. Now, when we look at the hearings that the county attorney's offices, my office in particular, in Merrimack County, between 2016 and 2021, with felonies first being the only difference in these numbers, our hearings just on the issue of bail went up by almost 80%. The arraignments went up arraignment hearings went up about 20%. With that increase in volume, court day volume, you are now taking the precious few Superior Court judges to address those issues to the exclusion of ongoing trials on more serious issues. And I'm not saying that the probable cause issue or the initial hearing issue or bail issues are not serious. They are. They're talking about someone's liberty. And there's no one that honors someone's liberty more than me. And I tell my county attorney this all the time, to be cognizant when they ask for bail conditions, that it's smart bail conditions. But those increases certainly drew away the ability of the Superior Court judges to handle other issues that were pending, jury trials. When we look at the number of felony cases that were filed in 2016 and 2021 in the Superior Courts, Merrimack County, it went up in Merrimack County almost 26%. Now, with that increase, anecdotally, you can't tell me as an individual and a resident of Merrimack County that crime went up 26% in Merrimack County in between 2016 and 2021. Certainly hasn't. But that's another indication of the caseload that's being pushed into the circuit court, into that choke point and slowing everything down at the Superior Court levels. Process-wise, what has happened with felonies first is that the decision for venue, whether it's going to be in the Superior Court or in the lower courts, has been moved down to the arresting officer and the bail commissioner. If an individual is arrested on a felony, regardless of the merits of the felony, and any misdemeanor and any violation, they are bailed to a Superior Court, and those charges must remain in Superior Court by statute. They cannot be removed down to the circuit court, to the district court level. Even if the felony winds up being a non-issue, meaning a non-felony, the drugs that they thought were methamphetamine turned out to be nothing from a lab test. There's no way to remove the reckless driving violation charge that caused the individual's arrest back down to the circuit court. The only way to do that mechanically is to drop all of the charges at the Superior Court and then re-arrest the individual, bring him back for another bail hearing at the police station, usually with a bail commissioner, and then get him into the circuit court. That's not good policy. That's not good policy. The prosecutor should have the discretion to choose the venue for the individual courts. There's been some discussion about early intervention with the county attorney's offices, early discussion between the prosecution and the arresting officers, the police departments. I think that happens as a matter of course in many, many counties. We do it. We routinely have phone calls up to us on individual cases. Prosecutors in the county routinely call over to our office on individual cases. When we were doing first appearances and probable cause hearings in the district courts, now the circuit courts, I would routinely call the county attorney's office and indicate, hey, we have a first offense habitual offender. We have a first offense possession of cocaine. We have a first offense possession of methamphetamines. No record on these individuals. Do you want us to send them to diversion? We would get that individual into a diversion program much faster than if that person had wound up at the Superior Courts. And I know that in the last testimony in a prior bill, there was a discussion about drug courts and speed and intervention. And I can tell you from my experience that the circuit courts and using the probable cause hearings at the circuit courts resolves a lot of cases. when we look at resolution of cases, how many percent were resolved in the lower court prior to the initiation of felonies first? The courts themselves, a little after 2012, looked at data up to about 2012, 2013. I won't mention the counties, I'll just go through the numbers that were resolved at the district court level. 21%, 19%, 20%, 27%, 17%, 16%, 14%, 22%, 26%, 19%. So if we're looking at resolution issues, early resolution, it was already happening when we were doing probable cause hearings at the circuit court level. And there was a discussion a little while ago, I believe, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned about work expands to fill the void. I think you used a different term. But this is one of those cases where the time limits that are imposed at the circuit court levels will drive resolution of cases that cry out for early resolution. First offense, habitual offender. First offense, felony drug possession. In a manner that is commensurate with the individual and their criminal record. It may be diversion. It may be drug court. It may be mental health court. The local courts are able to accomplish those types of resolutions. There was a discussion, Attorney Harden mentioned a discussion, and Mr. Gordon, Representative Gordon also mentioned the culture in the individual courts. I cannot emphasize enough the difference in the approach and the difference in the feeling as a defendant, having represented people in Superior Court and in the lower courts. When you're in Superior Court, there's a feeling of, I'll use the word, it's onerous. You're there in the most Supreme Court. I use the term Supreme, not the Supreme Court, but the most Supreme Court for the most serious cases. You are there because of the seriousness of the nature of the offense. Defendants are reluctant to engage in resolution in such a serious court in a rapid manner. And I don't say that to be flip. In circuit court, they realize this is an initial hearing. I can flesh out with the state the merits of my case. I can flesh out my defense in part with conversations between the prosecutor and the defense attorney. It's no secret when we make a talk about resolution in the back rooms outside of court, in the ante rooms outside of court, that defense attorneys routinely will say, you have a problem with this search. You have a problem with this stop. We'll counter with the strengths of our cases in other cases. And oftentimes, it does work out into a resolution. We understand the value of a case at that point, and it's done earlier than if it was done in the felonies first arena. I mentioned earlier the taking away of the venue from the police, from the prosecutor to the police departments and the bail commissioners, and I would comment additionally on that about policy. I think we would all agree that we would like to resolve cases at the lowest level in the fastest means possible. And frankly, the felonies first took that away from prosecutors. With that, I would urge you to move things back to the felonies first level. And I don't urge that not just as an individual. I had several conversations with other county attorneys, several of which would rather these items go back down to the probable cause hearing. Several were ambivalent, could work with it either way. But I would note that the bigger the county, the more the cases, the bigger the impact on the superior courts. One county attorney today called me up from his vacation to make sure Attorney Coughlin from Hillsborough County called me today to ask me to pass on his support for moving everything down to the circuit court level, back to the circuit court level. In fact, a comment on a WMUR news report a number of months ago, there was a discussion between a prosecutor in Hillsborough County and a prosecutor in Hillsborough North Superior Court. And that prosecutor and a judge were talking about process. And one of the comments by the judge, and I'm paraphrasing here, so I don't want to be specific as to the individual judge, but the paraphrase comment was that one of the difficulties of the backlog in the Superior Court was felonies first. So with that, I'll take any of your questions, please. And
Must be the hour.
I think it is.
No, it was a great explanation.
There you go. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Jim Moyer.
I think Attorney Moyer left.
Oh, okay. Oh.
I will tell you that,
Yes.
if I may, the last
Sure.
time I spoke with Attorney Moore at the last hearing,
Okay.
Mr. Harden mentioned it. He was in support of moving this back down to the circuit courts. Pardon? He's a defense attorney, practices mainly in Merrimack County.
Stuart Topopoulos. No, I think is anyone else wish to speak on this bill? Oh, I'm sorry, Randy. You didn't check speaking or not, so I was just seeing you supported. But come on down.
Lynn Harden, I missed the box.
You missed the box. There will be a penalty, but just give $10 to Jenny and we'll be all set.
I'll pay the fine.
Test it.
Of the New Hampshire Public Defender Program. I'm here today in an informational capacity to provide some perspective that may be of assistance to this committee.
So I'm only asking you one thing because I know you're a great attorney. You don't have to read anything. You just talk to us and that'll
All
go
right.
quicker.
When SB 124, the bill that created felonies first, was introduced, I was part of a team of prosecutors, defense counsel, clerks, judges, and other interested citizens in planning and shaping the bill. I believe then, as I do now, that the public defender program, which handles 90% of the indigent cases in New Hampshire, has an obligation to consider any innovation that would assist and make more efficient and generally improve the criminal justice system. Everyone on the Felonies First working group agreed that the objective was to design a system that would make felony case processing more efficient while incorporating fundamental tenets that would protect the constitutional rights of defendants. The objective of the bill was reduced to a shorthand, same justice sooner. During the process leading up to the filing of the bill, I suggested to the working group that the bill might want to contain a sunset clause in the event that it wasn't able to deliver on its promises. That idea was rejected by other proponents as being too pessimistic. Nonetheless, I wrote an editorial to the New Hampshire Bar News in support of the bill. In that editorial, I stated that I believe that Felonies First was a worthwhile experiment, but I also warned that we must be vigilant to ensure that it delivers on its promises. I would note also that the then chair of the House Judiciary Committee, it was Robert Rowe at the time, also wrote a letter to the Bar News. In that editorial, like me, he closed his letter in support with a caveat. He said, if Felonies First does not meet expectations, the law will be amended or eliminated. As we all know, New Hampshire has a long history of creative problem solving, but we have an equally long history of being willing to, we're unafraid to change direction if the initial change didn't achieve its intended purpose. So, as someone who supported Felonies First at its inception, I'll present to you an appraisal, but my appraisal will be based on data rather than on anecdotal information to avoid any implicit bias. In reviewing the data gleaned from NHPD's case management system, one obvious shortcoming of Felonies First was the inability to replicate in Superior Court the efficiencies with which certain nonviolent, low-level, victimless felonies were resolved in the district court. We refer to those informally as the low-hanging fruit, cases that are apt to be resolved as misdemeanors by agreement with the local prosecutors. We're not talking about sexual assaults. We're not talking about negligent homicides or anything of that nature. So I think County Attorney Conway's concern in that regard was probably misplaced. Very, very few. I don't know of any in 30 years of practice where a neg home was resolved at a probable cause hearing, nor any sexual assaults. Now, it's axiomatic that straightforward, low-grade felonies should not take as long to resolve as serious felonies. Historically, those cases were swiftly resolved at the district court level. Now, there's an advantage in having the opportunity to negotiate the disposition at the local level with local police prosecutors in the district courts. District court police prosecutors were familiar with the facts of the case, and they were often familiar with the defendants because they were from the same town or city. And they were able to make decisions about a fair resolution of the case in a relatively expeditious manner. That element of local control was a major factor in quickly resolving a substantial portion of felonies. That efficiency, as I say, was lost when Felonies First was implemented. So, to get to the data, I looked at the data on all felonies resolved in district courts statewide starting from the year prior to the implementation of Felonies First through 2019. Between 2015 and 2019, various district courts, as you probably recall, were sequentially rolled into the plan, and they were removed from the process through a gradual rollout through successive counties. Eventually, all felonies were filed in Superior Court. Between 2015 and 2019, the average time required to resolve a felony increased by nearly 2 months. It's a fairly stunning statistic. 2015, the combined average is combining district court and Superior Court now. The combined average is 20.3 weeks prior to Felonies First. In the first year, when Stratford County, Cheshire County started off, and they were joined by Belknap County halfway through the year, it increased to 21.2 weeks. By 2017, other counties started rolling in, and it increased to 24.3 weeks. 2018, 26.9. By that time, all felonies were filed in Superior Court statewide. There were no more district court involvement. And by 2019, it was up to 27.9 weeks, a 7.6 week increase in the time it took to close the average felony. Now, in 2020, as has been noted, the pandemic slowed court operations. Therefore, data from 2020 and 21 is so skewed that it's probably not relevant to this question. To gauge the loss of efficiency in the district court resolutions, I looked at felonies resolved in the district courts of all counties pre-Felonies First and compared the time required between opening and disposition with the felonies resolved in the Superior Court during the same period. I'll give you just a couple of examples relevant to that issue, and then I'm happy to provide statistics from all district courts and all Superior Courts over the time period, rather than list them all out here, because I know it would be a killer. Let's just talk about the district court, the 7 district courts of Rockingham County, and I bring that up following County Attorney Conway's presentation. The district courts there: Brentwood, Candecke, Derry, Hampton, Plastow, Portsmouth, and Salem. They averaged between 6 weeks and 14 weeks on the high and low end. All courts combined in Rockingham County, the average resolution only took 10 weeks in Rockingham County from open to close. In Superior Court, it took 31 weeks. Now, during the year before Felonies First, 1,737 felonies resolved in Rockingham County. 639 of them were resolved in the district courts. That's 37%. That's substantial. And those felonies, that 37%, they were resolved in an average of 21 weeks quicker than the felonies that were resolved in Superior Court. Right here in Merrimack County, Concord District Court, Franklin District Court, Hillsborough District Court, I'll just shorten it. All the courts combined, the average time was only 13 weeks from open to close. There, 852 felonies resolved in Merrimack County, 319 resolved in district court. Again, that magic number of 37% of all felonies were being resolved expeditiously in the district courts. I'm not going to take time, as I say, to list all the counties. I'll give it to you. I've got sheets right here. I'm going to skip them all. I'll get a copy. I'll have copies for everybody.
And things aren't just getting slower because there's such a huge volume. Forget COVID. Forget the COVID factor.
Yes.
It's not just that we have this huge volume.
Right. Well, the COVID factor, the huge volume, 21 and 22 have been skewed just because of the backlog, yeah. So I also analyzed the closed case data from all our offices throughout the state to determine whether it had been delivering the same justice as promised. Now, the objective of Felonies First was that the outcomes would be the same in Superior Court as they would have been in the district courts. The only difference being that they would occur in Superior instead of district. In other words, if a low felony, the average low felony, was resolved as a misdemeanor in district court, it would likely be resolved as a misdemeanor in Superior Court. I looked at the number of felony cases opened in each office the year before Felonies First was implemented. Now, this is important. I eliminated from the consideration any case where New Hampshire public defender had to withdraw because of a conflict of interest, any case where a dependent retained counsel. I also removed cases that were closed because the client failed to appear. I removed cases if a client had been declared incompetent or was deceased. The reason that I removed those is because the resolution of those cases would have been the same irrespective of whether it had been done in district court or in Superior Court. So all we're dealing with in this data is cases that were opened to the public defender and resolved by the public defender. What I found in the year before Felonies First, 62% of all felonies statewide were resolved by a negotiated plea in which a defendant pled to a misdemeanor or some other lower resolution. Now, that could include diversion. It could include having a matter placed on file with a finding. It could have a matter placed on file without a finding. It could be null pros. It could be continued to be dismissed, or it could be actually dismissed. So again, prior to the implementation of Felonies First, 62% of all our cases were resolved that way. Now, by 2019, the percentage of felonies that were resolved in that manner had decreased to 50%. So that's a substantial decrease in that regard. So, in short, we have not achieved the goal of same justice, nor have we achieved the goal of justice sooner. In fact, it's been the opposite. So, as someone who supported Felonies First, I have to say that I'm disappointed that it was unable to deliver on its promises. But those of us who were proponents of Felonies First at its inception had good intentions. We supported the plan, believing that it had the potential to benefit all the criminal justice stakeholders across the board. However, we recognize sometimes the best laid plans don't work out. So I thank the members of this committee for your willingness to reassess the efficacy of Felonies First and for your deliberate consideration about where we go from here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for testifying today. I was just taking notes during your testimony. I just want to summarize. So I get a summary that says, you were wrong in supporting Felonies First, but now you are right in supporting changing it. Does that summarize?
As I say, New Hampshire has a long history of that. Yes.
Okay, good. We're set. Thank you very much.
That's the long and short of it. I should be that succinct. Then I'd be a politician.
Yeah.
I will get copies of the statistics for everyone.
Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, Stuart, you ready? Wasn't it a big Greek festival last week? Did you bring us stuff to share with everyone?
There's always a Greek festival.
Oh, okay. I was hoping for Bakliava.
I see Senator Gordon's here, so I don't want to say I remember being in Franklin when I had a 1 o'clock hearing that started at 3:45, but just kidding. My name is Stuart Dodopoulos. Stuart is S-T-U-A-R-T. I practice law in Durham, New Hampshire. I'm starting my 45th year as a lawyer. I've practiced in every done criminal defense work in every Superior Court and/or circuit, I still call it the district court, in New Hampshire, except for Sullivan and Coos County. I've never been there. I was trained by Alfred Catalfo Jr. for 4 years. He was a well-known lawyer in Dover, and then I was hired by the Public Defender Program as a managing lawyer. And in 1981, Judy Hotham and I, the two of us, covered all the felony charges in Stratford County Superior Court, all of the criminal charges filed in the Durham District Court, the Dover District Court, the Rochester District Court, the Somersworth District Court, the Farmington Municipal Court, the Wolfboro District Court, the Ossipee District Court, and every felony that was filed out of those two district courts in Carroll County. So I'm somewhat familiar with deadlines and things like that. So I just had a couple of general thoughts. I sent out a memo that I had done in 2015. So unlike Randy Hawks, I opposed Felonies First then, and I hope that it's repealed now, if you're making notes, Senator.
No.
So the basic point I was trying to make in 2015 to the chairman was if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it's broken, you don't necessarily have to replace it. You can think about fixing it first. And part of the problem I see is this discussion about probable cause hearing. So if you just bear with me for a second, I think the assumption was in 2015 that there was some anecdotal evidence that if everything was moved from the circuit court up to the Superior Court, things would be better. And I haven't heard any of the, and I might have missed it, but I didn't hear any statistical evidence that anybody had compiled about what was happening in the district courts in 2010 through 2014. I heard Randy talking about 2015. So it seems to me, and I'll just use a basketball analogy because I happen to be a basketball referee as well. We use two-person crews in basketball. And we're trying to get three-person crews used more frequently because a lot of us, I just finished my 51st year as a referee, so a lot of us are slowing down and we'd like to get three-person crews so we can extend our career, whether the coaches want it or not. So one of the objections we get from the coaches, aside from the cost, which is understandable, is that, well, you guys are just going to call more fouls. You put that third guy out there, he's going to have to justify his existence. So one of the things that I've proposed to our executive board is get statistical information and just show at the college level, the high school level, and the pro level that they don't call more fouls. And that's what I thought would have been done. The statistical compilation would have been done prior to felonies first being passed. I don't think it was. The problem that existed, and I point this out in the memo that I wrote, at least from my opinion, is that the timeframes that were in the district court at that time weren't flexible. So what happened was somebody gets arrested for a felony, and I've always practiced in Stratford County, by the way. I was in Dover as a public defender. I was in Dover with Fred Catafo. I've been in Durham since 1985. So I see a different clientele than most people. Like one kid showed up for his brother's graduation, second week in May, got drunk, of course, might not come to Durham and get drunk, and broke a window in a pizza shop, and it happened to be over $1,000, so they arrested him for a felony. He was going to go to either the Peace Corps or Vista the following Monday, once they found out about that. So it was resolved as a misdemeanor, but, but that's an aberration, maybe. I mean, I don't see real criminals in Durham. But what happened was you get arrested, then you have an arraignment, let's say 3 weeks out. Then they set the bail. And usually people were let out on bail. And then they had a rule, an administrative rule, I don't think it was a statute, that if you were incarcerated, they had to have the probable cause hearing in 10 days. If you were not incarcerated, it was 20 days out. Well, the reality was that the police departments couldn't compile all the police reports and either give them to their prosecutor, or in Stratford County, they had what was called vertical prosecution. So the county attorney would have an assistant doing the felony circuit court hearings, the probable cause hearings. But that person had no authority to resolve the case. So you'd go to the person and say, hey, can we talk about this case? It's not my case. Who's doing it? It's Jane's doing it. Okay. You'd call Jane, would work with Sally, she's going to handle it. If waive probable cause, I'll talk to you when it gets up there. So then the 20 days would come up and the judge would want to get rid of the case, understandably. But what I used to do was I would just keep continuing it and say to the county attorney's office, this is something maybe we can keep out of the Superior Court, which is overburdened as it is, and let's resolve it here. But if the time constraints, because they were so strict, they could be waived, but there was pressure to move the cases out of the circuit court, so I understand that. That was the problem. So as I point out in my memo, instead of restructuring the system, which is what happened, people should have been looking at the inefficiencies in the system and addressing them. And that's what they can do if this bill gets passed. When it goes back to the circuit court, there are inefficiencies. They should leave the case in the district court or circuit court for a longer period of time, give the lawyers a chance to intelligently assess the information, think about what the defendant has done, who the defendant is, and what would be a just resolution. And listening to Randy's statistics, it appears that a significant number of the cases could be resolved at the circuit court level. Significant doesn't mean 80% or 40%, because I don't know if any of us really know that. But I think of this example. Suppose in the old days you had 100 indictments in the course of a year. And then felonies first comes in, and all 100 are filed up in the Superior Court. At the end of the year or whatever, you look at the 100 cases, 10 were not prosecuted for whatever reason. The witnesses weren't around or they were withdrawn. Okay, 10 out of 100. 30 of them were pled down to misdemeanors. 60 of them resulted in felony convictions of some type. A prosecutor would tell me, Stu, 90% success rate, 90 out of 100 guilty findings. And I would say, not true. You have a 60% success rate because they were all felonies to start with, and you only got 60% of them as convictions. Why couldn't those other 40 have been resolved in district court? And to free up the Superior Court, which right now is a mess, and it's not just COVID. I was involved in some civil litigation, and it took me 4 years to get a trial. And that's the other thing. The Superior Court is swamped with criminal stuff, and the people who have civil cases are not getting justice. They're not getting trials. Everything's being pushed out. Part of that is COVID. Part of that is because of the speedy trial rights that people have criminally, that you have to give the priority. And you know, when you move all these cases to the Superior Court, if you're a county attorney, you can hire more prosecutors. So you could double your staff, but they don't double the number of courtrooms and they don't double the number of judges. So you still have a problem.
You good?
Good.
Yeah, he was right then and he's still right now, so.
Right.
Thank you very much for
There
your
you go,
testimony.
good. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Anyone
Hopefully I'll
else wish to testify that I have missed here? I'm hoping not. Nope, I don't see you, anyone? Nope, don't see you at all. Okay, we are adjourned.
Nice job, Mr. Chair.
Good wrap. I'm 40% less efficient than Sharon. Maybe 50 by the hour. Oh, I don't mind. That's okay.